Hello and welcome to World Today here on TVP World with me, Ashim Kumar. In this edition, we take a look at the recently uncovered, wide-ranging Russian disinformation campaign in France aimed at undermining Western support for Ukraine. The campaign, named Reliable Recent News, involved spreading pro-Russian content, impersonating media outlets and government websites, and coordinating fake accounts. Despite the shutdown of Kremlin-backed outlets, Russian disinformation continues to spread across EU countries. To shed light on this alarming issue, we're joined by Denis Kolesnik, a political consultant and analyst, and Sergei Irofeev, a sociologist from Rutgers University. Gentlemen, welcome to TVP World, and thank you for taking the time.
Good evening.
Good to see you, Ashim.
Good evening. Now, before we start our conversation, we have a short video to share with you and our audience.
Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine on February 24th last year opened a new chapter for long-standing Russian propaganda and disinformation. As Moscow aims to shape global public opinion regarding the war, French Foreign Minister Catherine Colonna condemned its underhanded tactics, emphasizing that officials in Paris are collaborating closely with international partners to counter Russia's hybrid warfare tactics.
The involvement of Russian embassies and cultural centers that actively participated in amplifying this campaign, including via their institutional accounts on social networks, is a further illustration of the hybrid strategy Russia is implementing to undermine the conditions for democratic debate.
France has previously raised alarm of alleged Russian disinformation campaigns, particularly in Francophone African regions, where the Russian mercenary outfit the Wagner Group has been active. According to Colonna, the campaign was conducted by Russian actors, with state entities or entities affiliated with the Russian government amplifying its impact. Most were designed to weaken support for Ukraine, justify Kremlin's aggression, and shift blame for the consequences of the war, including increased global food security, onto Kiev.
Denis, I'll start with you. This shouldn't surprise us, should it? I mean, this has been part of the Russian and before that Soviet playbook for decades and decades, hasn't it?
Sure, it's not. This event is not really surprising. I mean, this report, actually, to be honest, is quite, in my opinion, not so substantial as I would hope so. But it is known that, for example, in 2020, France and Russia, actually, and France were engaged in an information warfare in Africa, for example. At the same time, we know that the Russians have been carrying out quite different activities, and this whole information warfare. And if you take the Russian wording, it's information confrontation. The interesting thing is that it depends on the public it wants to actually affect. And for example, Russians were quite active in Mali prior to this, like a few years ago, especially. And in France, currently, we are, in my opinion, we are actually, let's put it this way, rediscovering it. But at the same time, I've read the report published by the Vigilum, which is the agency, which is a part of the ZDSN, which is the agency equivalent to Polish BBN, if you know, it's like a National Security Council. And to be honest, there were a lot of references to the Meta, to other actors, to DFR Lab, to Disinfo EU. And I mean, I'm quite upset actually that, and surprised that such an institution was not able to carry out the work on its own. And the scope of this work, in my opinion, given the report, because I believe it was the let's put it this way, the public version, and I hope that the version which was communicated to our authorities was much more substantial.
Right. I really do want to get into that, Denis, in some detail, in depth, not only about this particular incident, but generally the Russian strategy across Europe and parts of Africa. But before we get there, Sergei, I'd like to come to you. Sociologically, what is the impact and how powerful is the impact of this Russian disinformation in Europe and in the West, where most people, we think, are aware that Russia does this all the time?
Well, first of all, I totally agree with Denise Hashem that this shouldn't really surprise us. This sort of operation has been carried out since almost 10 years ago, enough to remind of a very familiar animal to the rest of the world, Mr. Prigozhin, who established the Federal News Agency to fight the Russian public opinion through the means that you describe. And later they interfered into the American presidential elections and so on and on and on. And of course, during the war with Ukraine, this is the time when a lot of money is spent on subversive actions towards the Western public opinion. Here, I would like to strongly emphasize one thing with which any kind of this discussion should start. Indeed, we have a major war, a major brutal, unjust war ever in Europe since 80 years ago. And what is the greatest success of Mr. Putin in this war? It's not on the battlefield in Ukraine. It's not even the political manipulations and diplomatic manipulations trying to circumvent sanctions. The greatest success of Mr. Putin in this war is that he's managed to persuade a very significant proportion of Western population that he's backed up by the Russian people. This is the greatest sell of all the disinformation that he's spreading about the aspects of this war in the West. This is the most significant, and I should congratulate Mr. Putin that he's been so successful persuading many Germans, more than that French and many other people and people in America, that they are dealing with a great and terrible leader who has grand ideas and wants very good, something exceptionally terrific for his country that people of his country support, which is totally untrue. So congratulations to Mr. Putin, and a huge warning sign to those who want to understand the nature of this war, that they should not really give in to such tricks.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that analysis there, Sergei. Denis, I'll come to you. You've heard what Sergei just had to say. Now, do you believe that as the war has kind of gone on, it's been well over a year now, that people in the West are less vulnerable, susceptible to this kind of disinformation campaign?
To put it shortly, no, I don't believe so. And the problem is that people in every country, actually, but let's put it this way, theoretically, there are some countries that, for example, Poland has more awareness, general awareness, because of geographical proximity to Russia, and Ukraine as well, and the Baltic states, etc. But in France, we have, Russia, and the conflict is somewhere far away. And to be honest, we've just missed when, for example, those countries from Central Eastern Europe were working on the Russian disinformation in France. We weren't working on it. And the understanding of the necessity to actually, of the danger of it only came, let's put it this way, somewhere in 2016 when there was the Russian interference into the American elections. And the important point of this is that we have actually in France made quite a big step. We have published documents, strategic documents, and even actually a military doctrine, LDI, which is called in French. It's if you translate it, something like information influence warfare or something like this, which basically acknowledges that France has the right to carry out the information warfare abroad. But at the same time, speaking of the population, yet again, first of all, it's difficult to understand and to measure the impact of those messaging, because actually I'm partly working on trying to understand how those messaging working. But at the same time, we have a lot of different media. For example, this report mentioned by you, published by the Divisionum, says that there were impersonificated web pages that were created. For example, fake Le Monde, but it's not a new tactic, it's an old one. But at the same time, we're living in a fast food information. It's like we are consuming the information like a fast food, and we don't have time. We're like traveling on the metro and just reading the news feed or Twitter, and we're just like sharing something that we believe is right or that correlates with our point of view or the vision of the world. And that is why we cannot say that one narrative has won or another one has failed. Mostly, we cannot say that Russia failed in Europe. At the beginning of the war, I remember there were like some comments saying that Russia has failed and the information war was lost. It's not true actually, because we've seen last summer, actually the Russian messaging started to penetrate more and to receive more engagement from different social media platform users. So at the same time, if there is some awareness, at the same time it's not enough, and the approach and the scope of the work in order to create the, let's put it this way, awareness among the population should be done on a bigger scale.
Denis, thanks for that. Sergei, what is it that makes Western audiences so vulnerable to this? And surely this could be reciprocated, could it not, in Russia?
Ashim, the answer is simpler than it may seem. It's all about the cultural gap between the cozy life in the West, living within the democratic bubble, believing that the opponent will also behave like you. In general, the broader audiences in the West repeat the same mistake as, let's say, President Macron of France. They try to imagine something which is very convenient for them, either as a friend or as an enemy, but not the real thing. The real thing is that Putin is extremely cost efficient in his information war, and he's very deceptive, he's very masterful compared to the Soviet propaganda that you mentioned. Today's propaganda far exceeded the power of the Soviet Union to influence public opinion in the West, except those heavily ideologized segments of society who were practically communists. Today, Russia doesn't have any global influence of that kind. But on the micro level, spreading lies, giving a little bit of truth, but mostly producing lies, Putin's government, Putin's media are extremely successful. Cost efficiency is far exceeding the cost efficiency of the warfare, of Putin's warfare. So the amount of millions and billions of dollars spent on the Russian television, but now even more to what is called hybrid instruments of affecting the West. This is really the serious phenomenon. And if the West, answering your question, tries to spare just 1/100th, maybe less than 1%
I'm starting
of what
work
it
today,
spends on the
actually,
help
so,
to Ukraine, in addition to that help of
wish
Ukraine,
me
which
luck.
should be increased, if just a little bit more is spent on this counter-propaganda,
I could have started a stream
the
earlier too,
effect of fighting Putin
and then my
will be much,
what's the
much
word?
greater, and it will help
My
the
internet
Ukrainians
wasn't working,
immensely.
so I'm not really too happy
Right,
at the
so
moment.
hybrid warfare, Dennis.
Because I
something the
hoped to
West
be
needs
starting
to
at
get better
7,
doing. Would you
and now
agree?
it's 8. But it's GG.
To be honest, I don't like this word, but sure,
We'll
I
have to
agree.
start
But at the same
properly
time,
tomorrow.
if we are talking about the information warfare or information
I read this 5
confrontation,
times what
it is
we pay
important,
here,
it's
but
important
median
actually to
income
know
is
that
only 30%
what
higher.
we were doing before, it's basically running
First job is for
after
rent.
Russia,
Oh, holy
after
shit.
the Russian information
And then second
operation.
is for
And the
enjoying.
problem is when you're trying to, for example, create the fact-checking initiatives and to verify the news,
you people
always
are
lose because the lies travel much faster
how to
than
say this,
the verified information that
incredibly
says no, it
fucking
was a lie.
strong.
And that is why I'm saying, because information warfare is like it's like a war, you know.
Like I know people here
in a
who
war, it is
work
very
0
important
jobs.
to have the initiative.
It's like
And in order to have the initiative, we
finding
have
someone
to,
who works one
create
job
our
is
own
already like,
information
wow, you
operations.
work a
We
job.
have to
Damn,
act on the
actually,
Russian-
like really,
the
you don't
Russian
like work
information
your ass
space,
in the
and we
fields
have
and
to
that's it.
impose, the
You
narrative,
actually
not
have a
to
job.
wait the Russians to impose the narrative on our
So
in
the
our information
American
space,
idea of
but
having
and
2
encounter
jobs,
that,
especially,
actually
I don't know how
being
it's common,
proactive
but
and
like
imposing our
being a
narrative in
student
Russia.
with 2 jobs or something.
Right, and that's quite an interesting,
fucking wild.
interesting point that you make. So Sergei, coming back to you. I mean, France, of course, is not the only country that has been attacked in this way. Germany also has had a similar, program unleashed upon it. Slovakia, same thing. Is there less of a cultural gap between, let's say, Slovakia and Russia than there is between Germany and Russia, and therefore does it make it easier for countries like Slovakia to really be more cautious and aware of this risk and be ready to do something in return?
Well, as
Took me a
Denis
while to figure out
pointed
what he wants to say.
some
Holy
countries
shit.
like Poland and the Baltic states
Is
are
there cultural
more
difference
proactive.
to make
The
Slovakians
cultural
more
gap
sus
of this
when
or
dealing
that
with
kind
Russia?
exists between the Western understanding of what
You're
is going
working?
on and the
Nah,
actions
1
of the
a.m.
Kremlin.
Are you okay?
But again,
Like,
there
I
are
hope you're
not
okay.
only issues of the methods, like
Vatnikvel?
Dennis very rightly
So they are
pointed
aware
out,
that Russia is going to try to do
being
something, but at the
proactive
same
is
time they support it.
terrifically important. Not reactive, but proactive. But the other things are more subtle, and they are to do with the content, not so much with the form, but with
Right.
the content. And the West should be ready to fight Putinist misinformation and information warfare through unveiling the myths about Putin being supported by the Russian people, or, for example, about people like Navalny being another sort of imperialists, instead of doing everything to build the third front against Putin within
Yeah,
Russia
yeah.
proper, like it just recently happened
Delivery
in
driving?
Brussels.
Not driving
on
at
the
the moment,
5th
of
and
course.
6th June. There was a very important
At 1
conference,
a.m. I hope you're okay.
which was called the day
I hope
after,
you're,
and that was actually about the state, the real state of the
in a
Russian society,
proper, normal
and more
part of the
importantly,
country.
for that moment, about the leadership of the Russian civil society.
I don't know who the
abroad,
fuck
the
orders
Russian
food at
political
1 a.m.
and cultural leaders.
But,
So the
I
Western
hope they're normal.
counter-propaganda, I don't like that word either, but I support
Tucker.
Dennis in understanding how it works.
Did he
So
post
this
something new? Someone said
counter-propaganda
he
should
posted something
also
new
look at
last time, and I
specific,
was like, Tucker.
content moments,
Then I didn't go to
certain
check
ideas
because
which
he
should
makes
be
me
really
want to die.
propagated, whether it's in France or
Episode
Slovakia.
4.
Maybe we have to adjust every time.
Wanna
a little
be
bit.
dictator
But
in
there
what
are
house?
Very, very clear things which need to be said.
Shut up. Wanna be dictator? Which country would you go visit? Well, Germany is close. Germany is close. Well, look, my
Tuesday
response
after-
is always Croatia. Well, because Croatia is the best. If I lived anywhere, I would go to the Balkans. Okay, if I lived in any place, I would go to the Balkans first, and then I would see everything else. I think Balkans are the best. I think Balkans, unironically, best place ever. Once you come here, that's it. Why Balkans? Because I love Balkans. I love Balkans. You know, I think about it so much, how happy I am that I was born in Balkans. It's a silly little thing, but sometimes I'm like, bro, I fucking love being here. I just love being here. I adore it. It's such a good place. People are great. Everything's very cheap. I mean, relatively cheap. You gotta plan your trips, of course. Don't go to tourist spots. But everything is relatively cheap. You need a cheap place to stay where there's a lot of locals willing to party with you. Balkans seem to be the best option. Also, yeah, not Tucker Carlson in Balkans. Yeah, we would beat him up.
Afternoon, the Biden administration had Donald Trump arrested. It was a
What
pretty
was
big
with
news
the
story.
wannabe dictator? Who does it refer
You may
to?
have seen it. Taken down immediately, Fox's PR department said, and then added ominously it was, quote, addressed. That was all true, but it was not enough to save Fox News from the ensuing scandal. For a time in the rest of the media, Fox's assessment of Donald Trump's arrest seemed to overshadow Trump's arrest itself. Suggesting that Biden is a dictator, declared the Washington Post, quote, crossed the line. Alexander Vindman agreed strongly. Vindman is the perennial MSNBC guest and full-time.
Bro, I just realized I couldn't really care less. I don't think he has something on Europe. But like I was looking at this, I was like, bro, I literally couldn't care less about this. What's his other thing? Wait, let me open his profile. Oh damn, man. Just like looking at his face and being like, I don't care about a single word coming out of this man's mouth. Not a single one. It's almost impressive. America's Principles, this is also about like Trump.
And
or
they can
something.
begin to admit that actually, maybe it wasn't such a great idea. We meant well, but it just didn't work out. The good news is we've learned a lot of important lessons. In the end, they usually do say something like that, but only after emotions have cooled and the damning details have begun to fade from collective memory. It's an apology that's not actually an apology, much less repentance, and it's years too late to matter in any case. But until then, that's all you're getting. Until then, no dissent is allowed. That's the first rule of Washington. But somehow Trump didn't.
I was still bitching about Trump. So this was everything about Trump, right? I don't care. You're back. I want to hear what you're saying. Hunter Biden, don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Nope. Let him eat bugs. Oh no, are you getting Americans? Americans. Oh shit, is this the first time? The first time we're seeing you people being the slow ones. You are late. You are late behind the trend. We started panicking about European Union making us eat bugs like years ago. And you only start panicking about it now? What losers. What losers. Taking away our trendy little topics. What do you want? If we don't make enough people to sustain our numbers, perhaps increase a little bit, civilization is going to crumble. No, it won't. No, it won't, Elon, you fucking idiot. What is this?
K through 12 schools, boarding schools that people who go on to lead society often go to, the children of the wealthy. And
that's where I went. How's that world doing?
Terribly. You'll be shocked to know.
No, I won't.
Elite private schools are probably worse than higher ed. There's a group, National Association of Independent Schools, which pushes this stuff very hard, okay, throughout the private school world.
Yes.
And we've covered the military academies, where it's not as bad as elsewhere, but I got what I like to call a beachhead, okay? There have been incidents of particular professors trying to teach that. But mostly what we've been focused on lately are medical schools. And medical schools are the worst of the lot, okay?
Really?
Medical schools are deeply programmed with quote-unquote DEI anti-racism. They have anti-racism. Almost all of them have anti-racism task forces, have DEI programming. Some of them have mandatory reading of Kendi's book. Why in medical school? Some of them promote white fragility books.
Why in medical school?
For whatever the reason. And I think it's not just medical schools. The American Medical Association pushes very hard for race-based approaches to medicine.
You know why? You know why medical school? You know why? It's because a lot of the research so far done in medicine was based specifically on research and observation we did on white people's bodies. There was a whole thing. Now, I don't know too much medical terms, but it's the same issue as it is with the fact that a lot of research was done specifically on men. So, for example, women have different symptoms of having a stroke. But we don't really talk about these too much because everything we know is what we know from looking at men. So then for women, we haven't taught women really how to recognize these signs in themselves. In the very much same way, it's the similar thing for racial differences. There was this specific thing recently about like how different rashes appear on skins. So the medical textbook for like the rash, the color and how dangerous it is, it's based on white people. It looks different if your skin is darker. Of course, it doesn't look the same, you know, like if you get like a pink rash here, it's going to look different. So it's quite important for people who go to medical school to understand this sort of a thing. So they are aware when they are working with patients of different, races. So they are aware of what the problems in the field are. It seems like it makes fucking perfect sense. Especially in USA. Doesn't USA have shit stats when it comes to doctors taking care of minorities? Don't they have shit statistics? I'm aware part of it likely comes from the fact that hospitals in largely minority areas are probably not as well funded. It could be that, but also like, let's be real. This is not really something to be, I don't know why he's acting confused. Why med school has to learn why racism bad. Look at their bug panic.
It increases sexual vigor. That's the message from the New York Times, the Washington Post, and every media outlet in between.
They go to the cringe
if you care about the
dude.
planet, If you want to fight the existential planetary emergency that is global warming, you'll give up your ribeye for a plate of
Cultured meat.
mealworms.
Oh, I want that too.
It's the least you can do.
I want that too. I
I want
support that.
McDonald's to sell the McCricket.
Everybody loves the idea of eating bugs.
Oh, the crunch.
It makes for great television.
You see that?
I need more.
Have you had your daily helping of cockroaches?
The topic is creating quite a buzz.
Why are they telling you this all of a sudden? Where did this story come from?
It's not all of a sudden.
It's not organic. It didn't emerge naturally from a newsroom. It
Is it?
trickled down, as so many news stories do, from places like the United Nations and the World Economic Forum. It's part of a larger agenda.
Hey, whenever an American says agenda, they should all get zapped. We should have like one of those. Just whenever one of them says agenda, that's it. I hate it. I hate it. You have shit all over the world. You messed it up. You make it mean nothing. At this point, I hear agenda and I'm like, you're an American truth seeker, are you not? Is that what you are? Is that what you are? You are a truth seeker. You absolutely are a truth seeker. Go watch Tucker Carlson. I know you watch him. I know like they open up their PC and the first thing it pops up is Tucker Carlson website. Does he have a website? I don't know. He has Twitter. That's what pops up then. A lot of multi-generation systemic racism that has impacts on health and safety and economy. Yeah, that too. So it feels like it's important to learn about it. I don't know what's the whole thing with Americans bitching about. You know, learning about how race has impacted their society and also learning how to maybe counter-effect that now. It seems weird. Russia trying to do its own with? Really? No, really? Which one? USA hates bugs but eats crayfish, lobster and crab. Yeah, that too. Fuck, someone should remind them. I just don't want to eat bugs. Yeah, same. I'm never gonna eat them. I'm okay with them being offered in stores, though. The legs, though, they're disgusting. I would never. They're so, like, they're pokey and everything. Oh, disgusting little creatures. But to be fair, like, I also find shrimp scary for the same reason. Like, we had a thing here a few days ago where it was like a fish-based cooking festival, so we had seaside fishes and then we had normal water fishes. And they brought a bunch of, like, I don't know, was it shrimp or what it was that they were preparing, and it's scary. Those little leggies, those little but like I'm okay with it being available in stores, and maybe even if the I don't know, maybe if the bugs are prepared in a way so I don't have to see the leggies, maybe it could be okay. I want, if I see legs, I'm dead. Oh, the St. Petersburg shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know about the St. Petersburg shit. They banned any foreign journalists from that, fuckers. And you know why they banned foreign journalists from that? It's because their economy is crumbling. And also because Putin is supposed to try and figure out a way how to deal with lack of workers in Russia. He promised months ago, that he is going to talk about it on the St. Petersburg Forum. It was supposed to be a conversation on why Russia has no workers, why Russia has record low unemployment rate but no workers. Which means that basically they're employing as much as anyone they could be employing, which, you know, means that he sent a lot of their workers to die. And he is supposed to talk about it, and we can't listen to him talk about it. We can't get the information. Yeah, to solve the mysterious situation, Putin announced the labor market in Russia will be one of the key topics of St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. And now we don't know what they're talking about that because he's not allowing us to come. So you can grind them up, make protein powder out of them. Yeah, something like that. I feel like that could work. I don't want to see the leggies. I just really don't want to see leggies. Everything else, though. I'm an American with no Twitter and I'm white, but watched my adopted daughter experience systemic racism because they were not trained with their skin color. Oh shit, that is ridiculous. That is really at this point, like, but how do they not train? How the fuck? I don't know, bro. Like, I understand they have to learn how historically this has been a problem and why there is now less sources on this, but how the fuck do you not get trained in it? Like, come on, bro, USA. Just fucking USA. How? I don't know. I'd rather go to war than see a cockroach. I mean, Dugin will be speaking. The fuck is Dugin gonna speak about? Dugin is an idiot. Can he pronounce economy? What is he going to be talking about? Oh, guys, we have no workers because Ukraine exploded a lot of them, like they exploded my daughter. Go volunteer. No, he's not gonna tell them to volunteer. It's gonna be rich people that don't go volunteer. Send your poor neighbors to volunteer, something like that, so they can get investment for rebuilding the annexed territories and shit. I actually wonder. I wonder if they're going to be able to get anyone to donate for that, considering the fact that Ukraine has liberated a lot of territory so far. So, you know, if you're a Russian and you put money into rebuilding the annexed territories, and then Ukraine takes them over in like few weeks. That's an investment lost. That's an investment lost, which is what you deserve if you are a Russian. And also investing in the shit. But you know, I don't think they would be stupid enough. I'm hoping they wouldn't be stupid enough, but you never know with them, do you? You never know how they're doing. Hey, by the way, I have a document I need to show you. But we'll probably not go through it because it's very, very long. But if you remember, there's this woman. She's called Irina. She is Ukrainian. She is currently in Balkans. Surprisingly, she can post in like most Balkan languages. So every once in a while, she's like posting in Slovenian, and I go, "Wow, Slovenian? You know Slovenian? How the fuck?" Her Serbian is real good. Her Croatian is real good. I don't know if she's using translators. I don't know what she does. I just know that her Balkan language speaking is great. It is genuinely better than mine. She makes me feel inadequate. But she was a part of this one little research that they did. It is this one. It's the anti-Western propagandists in Western Balkans. Now, I managed to... Here's the OG document. I did manage to translate the PDF. Did you know you can translate PDFs with Google Translate website? Because now you know you can. You just upload it there. It's not the best, but it's acceptable. It's acceptable. But what I found to be interesting here is that I found her part right here. And it's interesting because it's about how, as Russia used to behave towards Ukraine, it is now behaving towards Serbia. So she talks about how she sees a parallel between Russian behaviors, right? Because the same thesis that Russia applied to Ukraine is now trying to apply to Serbia. So the whole idea of them being a brotherly nation and how Russia is there to protect you and how Russia is there to defend your interests and Russia is like a big brother of your nation. The same thing that Russia used to be saying to Ukraine, it is saying to Serbia now. So it's going to be interesting to see how this evolves, because like a year ago she said she started seeing it with theses of like the same color type, which is like the flags, which by the way we use Slavic colors. Red, white, blue, these are Slavic colors. So technically you could claim like Croatia is a brother nation to Serbia because we have same flag colors, which like it could work, but also it couldn't. But it started with the colors, and then it went into faith, and then it went into values, and now she is claiming that in the case of Ukraine, it evolved into saying that Serbian language is just basically Russian, but a bit corrupted. And then it's Serbs are younger brothers who suffer without the brotherly love of Great Russia, basically trying to get you fully under their wing. So it's definitely going to be a big danger in that regard. I didn't really know how Russian propaganda had been affecting Ukraine before this. So this was interesting to me to hear. It was interesting to me. I assumed they didn't have the whole thing with like how our flags are basically the same. But they did have everything else. So that's cool. We have Finland, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland so almost half of Europe, which is looking at Serbia and be like, hey, be careful, be careful. But Serbia still doesn't see the danger of this, which, you know, I do think partially comes just from their culture of hating the West itself, hating NATO, hating USA. I think because of this, they don't really see Russia as equally as dangerous, which could prove to be kind of an issue in the later years, especially as more Russians start coming to Serbia. So yeah, the whole thing with like Russia being chaos, Serbia is ideally positioned to be a bone of contention in Europe because it has a good geographical position. So it is very important for Putin and his regime that there is instability in center of Europe in any way. The fact that around New Year we saw a lot of provocations in Bosnia and Herzegovina, including the burning of cars because of license plates in Kosovo. I see Kremlin's hand in all of this because that's how things were done here in Donbass. Strong provocation started in 2014. There was a lot of talk about the fact that for the Russian language, people can kill you in Donetsk. Although it was a lie, in 2014 the whole world believed there was a civil war in Ukraine, that the west and the east of Ukraine hated each other, and that is why Russia came there to reconcile us. I see this exactly in the Balkans, where hatred is being forged by the hands of Kremlin in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Montenegro, in Serbia. So that after Great Mother Russia will come and reconcile the brotherly nations. We saw how it ended in Ukraine. Yes. So I think it's an interesting interview overall. It's very, very long. I will try to upload the PDF to Discord in case anyone's interested. They do interview more people, so I think it's really, really cool. They do go through Dodik. Where's the one part of Dodik specifically? Over him like being a traitor. So they do go through Dodik. They do explain how he has basically betrayed the interest of his entire nation just to go and work with Putin. So yeah. Oh yeah, Dodik's train left Republika Srpska port a long time ago, and Dodik knows that his next safe stop is somewhere in a villa near Moscow. Because as things stand, he knows that you will not lift a finger to sanction him for the meeting with war criminal and dictator Putin. Because Dodik has been trying to get really, really close to Putin and to Russia for a while, in a big part because no one else really wants to work with him. In big part because he's been such a huge piece of shit that everyone else is aware that we have to, you know, not cooperate. But then you don't cooperate with him, you just kind of push him into Russia. So no matter what you do, it's going to be a bad thing. In Slovenia, like the Russian. Slovenia! I never know how the color order goes, but like, listen, observe. I'm just saying, blue is a bit different. Their blue is a bit different. That's it. Could have picked a different blue. You could have picked a different one. It's only actually like this blue is the same. So I guess it's only the coat of arms. That's okay, Russian is like Slovenian if it got washed a bit too much. That's what it is. What is your coat of arms? White Mount Triglav, under which there are two wavy lines representing seas and rivers, and then you have three golden six-pointed stars representing the counts of Tselye. Ah, nice. I didn't know. I never looked into this. Nice, nice, cute. A lot simpler than ours is, because, you know, Croatians are the most based people ever, and we have the most complex, most complex coat of arms existing, but yours is good, yours is acceptable. Hey, also, I want to see the map. I want to see the map before we go to the rest. I have a lot of other things, and also I saved this. I made a collection of the sources that we are using the most on the stream. So it's right here if you're interested. I think lists can be shared on Twitter. I don't really know how it works. But basically, it's because I'm starting work today, so I'm scared of how much time I will be having in order to collect all of the links. So here's a way to see all of them at the same time. So, for example, we have these things. It was reported on yesterday. I don't know if they figure out what causes this. No, they don't know. But the sea has turned green. So something has entered the water when the spillage has happened, and I don't know if we know what, but it looks positively terrifying. So yeah. Where's Dennis? I want to see the map.
Let's go for the frontline updates, because there are some significant changes. It seems like Ukraine went on a new stage of the counterattack. There is no recent update for the military map. However, we see that near to Orikhiv and Novodanilivka, Ukrainian forces move forward. But there is some other place, I'll tell you about it a little later, where the fighting is happening just right now, and it is very intense. But first, let's speak about this area. Novodanilivka is important because it opens the way to take Tokmak. It's basically very close. There are no straight roads to that place. However, the weather is pretty much good, so the soil is very solid and able to withstand the weight of the tanks, so they may use the filled roads. However, Russia created lots of the defense lines in that area, but still we were able to capture more of the land today. So it was yesterday and it is today. Little by little we're moving forward. Around 1 week ago, our convoy was ambushed near to Orikhiv, and Ukraine already gained control over that area where the convoy was ambushed, and we took all of the vehicles out for the maintenance. Yes, there were some vehicles and tanks that were completely lost, but mainly we evacuated all of we can repair. As you can see, we have even one of the Bradley units in one of our maintenance facilities, but as for the Leopard 2 tanks, they were taken abroad to Poland, because we're in lack of the special facilities to fix those sophisticated tanks. As for the crew of this particular Bradley, everyone survived, and that's why we need the Western-made equipment. It is the good tool to get success on the front lines, plus it saves the lives of our soldiers. Unlike the Soviet-made infantry vehicles, they're very outdated and their armor is nothing close compared to the Bradley. Also about this particular area in Orikhiv and Novodanilivka, Ukraine is getting ready to push forward with more reinforcements. At least the information about it was shared on Ukrainian plus Russian resources. You see that in the 21st century it's very hard to hide the forces. It was very hard during the Second World War, but now with all of those surveillance, satellites and the drones, our enemy knows where we are, unfortunately. However, the lack of the competence of the Russian command plays in favor of Ukraine. So as for the information which is also coming from our enemy side, Ukraine is planning the night attack using the advantage in the night vision that installed on many of Western-made vehicles. Not only the night vision, but also thermal cameras, which are much better compared to the Russian-made cameras. Going to the west to Lobkova, everything was more or less calm there today because the International Atomic Agency is now working in Energodar, and this area is kind of close. There's the hot military conflict ongoing, so the director of the Atomic Agency was worried about his own safety, but finally he went to Energodar nuclear power plant and they're inspecting the water reservoir. It is now the main concern for the nuclear power plant. Near to Velika Novosilka, it was the hot day. Ukraine tries to move down the river and tries to get Rivnopil under the control, but according to the military map update, today there were no any changes. However, the Ukrainian army started the counterattack near to Vuhledar in two of the directions, and today I published some of the videos on my Telegram channel with actual fighting from that area. It is hard to say whether this move from Ukrainian side was successful. We also used the Western-made vehicles for that, but not the heavy ones. Let's go to the northeast to Marinka. There is also the heavy fighting ongoing. Ukraine tries to get all of the village under the control. Actually, this is not the village but the small town that was completely demolished. There
Yeah,
is
it's gonna
not
be
a
hard
single
for the,
building left, so the fighting is
to
continuing
break
for
through
the
all of
ruins
the
and
defense
for
lines.
the control of the front line zone. From what we know,
Because
Kadyriotes
from what I've
established
seen so
some of
far
the
is
soldiers
that what
in
they're
that
doing is
area,
poking,
but those were
and the
attacked
poking
by
is supposed to
Ukrainian rockets. By the way,
reveal
today we still
where
don't know the
Russia
destiny
has
of
the
Delenhanov, the main
weakest
general of Chechnya. There were no any reports from him,
lines.
no any videos.
So you're supposed to
So
break
as
through
I
these, and
understand,
then you
something
meet
really
another
happened to
line.
that guy.
So you're supposed
As
to
for the
break through. I
Bakhmut
think
area,
it's like
there
3
was
of
the
them,
significant
and then
fight today, and the
we are
Third South
expected to
Brigade
send in the
moved
heavy
forward.
equipment.
So I expect them to liberate Kryshivka very soon, and if we do it, we can go to Opetne and then to the Bakhmut from the south. Plus today it was confirmed that Ukraine reached the important heights in the Bakhmut region. I think those heights are over there near to Berhivka water storage. One of our soldiers filmed that video, so the hills were taken, and Bakhmut, you can actually
kinda
spot
cold, by the way. Give
everything
me a
of what
second.
is happening, at least in the front area of the Bakhmut city. Even without using the drones, you can check out the Russians' movements and fire artillery towards their places. This hill was taken 2 days ago. As for the Russian-controlled territory, it's been confirmed that Russians entered Novaya Tavalzhanka and they've took that village back, unfortunately. The locals reported that the Russian soldiers started to take their belongings from their households, TVs, refrigerators, washing machines. So they are shocked right now. They were silent about their army performing the same things in Ukraine, and now there is some sort of the karma. So I was speaking about the offensive operation that Ukraine performs just right now. It is happening in Nova Kakhovka. It is reported that Ukraine landed on the other part of the shore. Nova Kakhovka was flooded, but now the water level went down significantly, and our forces probably were able to cross the Dnieper River. We have the evening video from the Russian side. Let's listen. As you heard, there is the fighting. Ukrainian soldiers used the automatic rifles, and also there were some booms, so the heavy vehicles also could have crossed the Dnieper River. A proper spot for the Ukrainian counterattack. Yes, we are unable to send more reinforcements. For that we need the reliable bridge, but using the boats and using amphibious vehicles that was sent to Ukraine by our Western allies, we may liberate the part of the land in this area and create the hub for our supplies, and later on we're gonna get the Panton Bridge ready and send more reinforcements to the area. So actually this question could be solved. President Zelensky in his interview to NBC News said that the counterattack goes slowly right now because Ukrainian army hasn't sent all of their reserves. We are still searching for the big spot in the Russian defense lines. He said that Russia prepared for this counteroffensive, and it is kind of hard for our army this time. Nevertheless, President said that the counteroffensive should be successful. In that case, we're gonna win the war. This image was published on Twitter saying that it is the plan for Ukrainian counteroffensive. I'm not sure about it. Our general command only knows how the counterattack is planned, and I guess that those plans might be corrected on the way. As you can see here, the main vector is in Berdansk and also in Melitopol. By doing so, Ukraine may cut Russian army into pieces, let's say. But you know, it's just someone's idea. We'll see how it's going to happen. The main battle still awaits ahead. There was the new Ramstein meeting today. Lloyd Austin said that Russia continued to publish thousands of pictures that made from 10 of the perspectives of destroyed Ukrainian or ambushed Ukrainian Leopards and Bradleys. Putin said that Ukraine lost around 25% of all of the Western help in that attack, which is complete nonsense. Lloyd Austin says that even though it's very hard to predict the outcome of the Ukrainian counterattack, Ukraine has everything to make it a successful special military operation. And again, the new military help was announced for Ukraine. We have the joint statement from Denmark, Netherlands, UK and USA to provide the air defense rockets for Ukrainian army, and we know that transfer of the rockets already has been started and will finish in a couple of weeks. Plus, we already have the confirmation that the F-16 type rating course for our pilots has already been started in some of the European countries.
Netherlands,
All right,
right?
here's the most recent photo of Grossi, who's the director of the International Atomic Agency, and he went to the Russian-controlled, temporary controlled territory. You can see lots of the Russian propaganda journalists, and here they launched the fountains to show that they have enough water for cooling. Grossi stated that for now everything is safe for the nuclear power plant, but they need to get new water to reservoir, otherwise it could escalate. For how long it may continue to be safe, we don't have this information. Denmark and Netherlands will send 14 more Leopard 2 tanks to Ukrainian army. Unfortunately, those tanks will be delivered not in a few weeks, but at the beginning of the next year. Politico, with their article that the counteroffensive success is very important for the White House because soon there's gonna be rallies and the United States will enter this pre-election process. But here we need to be patient with the Ukrainian counteroffensive because we have just a single chance for it. We have resources for a single counteroffensive this year. Even though that United States and other allies continuously say that they will support Ukraine as long as it takes, we know the reality
does it take
that
such a long
everything
time,
depends on the policy, on the Congress, on the White House, and also on success of Ukrainian army. I think that is what Putin awaits right now.
Why the
He's
fuck
waiting
does it
for
take
the
such a long
election
time?
year, and he wants the White House
Just chunk them on a
administration
train,
to change or
ship
the
them over.
Congress to change as well.
Few
He wants
hours.
allies to stop supporting
What's the
Ukraine
problem?
in the long-term perspective. He wants to secure the
Like,
current
what is it,
status
bureaucracy?
quo.
Is
He
it
wants to get
paperwork? What
more
is it?
weaponry, and in a few years he will try to attack Ukrainian territory again, including Kiev. So the only important way is to support Ukraine with every means just right now, also with fighter jets, with the long-range missiles, for our army to be more successful on the front lines. I just hope that it will be like that. President Zelensky also said that he is quite concerned about the possible White House administration change after the elections. Ouch, one of the United States senators blocked the transfer of the HIMARS systems to Hungary. Hungary signed a contract with Lockheed Martin for more than $700 million for those HIMARS. However, I think that we're gonna get those, not the Hungary. Hungary doesn't have the rocket artillery systems in their army, so this contract was quite important for them, but not anymore.
Put Hungarian
Alright,
flags on
Kadyrov
them.
published the photo with Delim Hanov, and they're looking at some sort of the map. Maybe it is the Ukrainian map or the part of the front lines, but this is an old photo. Yet we don't have any kind of the proof.
Wait, is this how they do planning? Is this legit how they do planning? I thought that was a thing in the movies. Do they have like a huge map? Do they have those pieces that they put in places? I assumed it's done like a bit more, I don't know, in a modern way these days. That would be cool. He has a stick. He's being like, there, guys, there. We go there, and then we go there from there. Oh, that is cute. I never imagined that was just like a huge map.
Proof that the Lemhanov is alive, I mean photo or video. Russians say that the
Based.
Ukrainian intelligence director
They're
Budanov
scared of being
was
hacked.
severely
That makes
injured
sense,
and now
actually.
he
That
is
makes
in
sense.
Germany in coma state.
By the way, they're now saying that Budanov is injured, but like Budanov, they said he was dead like 2 weeks ago. And before that, they said Zaluzhny was dead. So, you know, Russian information keeps being very reliable and worth listening to.
It reminds me the story about Zaluzhny, so maybe Putin on his next press conference will say that they eliminated Budanov. Actually, they don't have any kind of the proofs for that. You may say that, Dennis, you don't have any proofs for Delimhanov either. Yes, but the information about Delimhanov was coming from the Russian side,
And it's also
from
funny.
their official faces, from Kadyrov himself, from the Russian Speaker of the Parliament, and they all said that something went wrong. But Budanov, Russia reported that he was wounded on 29th
What's the dude's
of
name,
May,
by the way? I wanted
but
to show you
actually
something.
Budanov recorded the video after 29th of May, just after Ukraine started the counteroffensive operation, where Budanov was just silent. For the first time in the history, Israel will sell around 200 Merkava tanks to European consumers. Theoretically,
Budanov
those
that
tanks
again.
may appear in Ukrainian army.
Rip second
I may
time.
say that it is not the ideal tank for the Ukrainian warfield.
I wanna
It has
find one
lots
post,
of the
and I don't know where it
disadvantages,
is.
especially for Ukrainian terrain. If you want, I can make one more video particularly about this tank, but we'll see anyways. And it may play its own important role, but we need to use this tank for particular operations. But yet we don't have it in Ukrainian army, so it's very early to talk. The good thing that Germany will handle the demining vehicles based on the Leopard 1
Yeah.
tank.
But
We
basically, the
lost
dude
some of
who
the
was there, I
vehicles
can't find
like
his
that
name. I was
based
trying to
on
find
the
a post to find
Leopard
his name.
2. For successful move in, we need those as soon as possible. The Swedish beam
The man who was there when the attack on the Kadyrov dude and then a bunch of soldiers happened. The man who was there, the commander who was at blame for this, the one who planned the assault on Vuhledar and then lost a bunch of Russian tanks and Russian people, of course, in the attempt. He's alive. He didn't die in it. He's alive. I'm so happy he's alive. You can't imagine. That man, I swear, that man hates Russia more than like at least 50% of people outside of Russia. He despises Russia. Everything he has done so far has been just shit planning to eliminate as many Russians as possible. That man is CIA. I'm calling for it right now. After the war, you're going to see everyone else go to Hague, and that man, specifically that man, is going to get freedom because he's a CIA agent. Shit, yeah, I saw Dylan's post. Yeah.
CV9040C were spotted in
Fuck, wait,
Ukraine
let me try to find the
already.
link.
We were promised with around 50 of those combat vehicles, and those are awesome. This is the Ukrainian Leopard 2A4 that was evacuated from the front lines. As you can see, it got the damage right into the turret, right on the top. Unfortunately, there is the place for one of the soldiers a little bit in front of the commander, so this guy is responsible for aiming and targeting the targets. Unfortunately, I think that gunner at least got wounds, and this tank, I think we can repair this metal, but metal is not as important as human lives. One more Leopard 2A4 that was evacuated. As you can see, our guys put some of the woods just on.
By the way, I've seen something else. There were posts on Telegram about Russians capturing a bunch of these tanks, and people were commenting on the difference in how they use words. Because apparently the way they say capture is like basically we destroy them here on this land, but they don't take it. They didn't take it. They're just gonna leave them. They destroy these tanks. Not even destroy them. Holy shit, was this loud? Not even destroy them. Yeah, with rock music playing. Yeah, it's that one. Because they're pieces of shit. And they're bragging about it. Can you imagine being such a worthless fucking Asian? This made me so angry. Can you imagine being so fucking useless, bro? I just I'm gonna save this fucking video, and like whenever someone cries about Russophobia, I'm just gonna be showing them this one over and over again. Bro, doing heavy rock music edits of fucking shelling of humanitarian actions. What pieces of shit. The man is okay, by the way. Don't give us an update. Where's the update? I don't know where's the update. It's somewhere here. It's somewhere there. It's somewhere there. And it's good. It's good. Here, the boats with enemy infantry due to inability to pass under the bridge they stand near the coast. Bro. Hey, bro. Hey, yo, DEB, how's life going? How's work? I have to go to work soon, so I'm sympathizing with you. They posted evidence of their own war crimes. May they rot. May they rot. I'm fucking angry over this all, just everything. But yeah, the man is okay. He was wounded, something. Oh shit, I don't know. Dylan explained it. What exactly happened? He was hit in the lower abdomen. Did he post an update here or up there? Here he is, and he's okay. He's okay. Entered his thigh, lower abdomen, but was stopped by his pelvis, which likely saved his life. So yeah, he also we planned to do financial donations, and then the man refused to get any financial donations. But you could be, if you want to be donating, there's a link for helping animals, so that's still cute, so that still works. But yeah, overall, fuck him. And also there's a kitten. PMC. Hey, I don't know which PMC he's mentioned. I know he said the Telegram channel released. Released the footage. Which PMC did he say was it? Russian military? Their coordinates. Geo-confirmed. Oh, nice. Geo-confirmed. Oh yeah, I've got no idea who did it. Levadia? Oh, I've never heard of that. Huh. Oh. Ah, you can do that on tweets too? It's showing me no matches. I don't know how Twitter works. Now wait, you could do the from thing, right? What's his? From PMC. I misspelled everything I could misspell, okay? That's why I usually just copy paste it. Oh! Fair, linky. I don't know PMCs. I don't know PMCs. There's way too many of them. Hey, Zulu. Way too many of them to remember. Nice. Livadia. It includes the convoy unit led by Prigozhin's people. How many do they have? I wish I knew how to dox people, my dude. I wish I knew how to do that. How many do they have? The only documentary evidence of the method of legalizing the volunteer battalion Livadia is in the documents published in the telegrams of convoy. None. Oh, there's way too many of them. Why is there so many of them? Why don't they have a limit? You should be allowed to have one and that's it. Wait, so they are volunteers? They're volunteers? Is the... Yeah, dobrovolci. So they are volunteers. Both legal entities are managed by Pikalov, who is a Wagnerian close to Prigozhin. firefighters of Livadia signed a second contract with Bars, which allows them to receive guaranteed payments in case of injury or death, as well as a plot of land in Crimea. Great. 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 Ugh. BAR stands for Combat Army Reserve of the country. Reserve. Oh. Oh, it's on the basis of BARs. Wait, it's on the basis of BARs that the governors of the subjects of Russian Federation form and equip so-called volunteer battalions. They have a very complex way of creating millions of tiny groups doing war crimes. This is just too complex. You could just have like one group doing this. Why do you need so many groups? What's the point? Why would you have more? Why would you have more? Why wouldn't you just have one? Volunteers though, so you know, I hope they don't really have too nice of a time there. I hope they get fucked. Putin allowed residents of occupied territories to be poisoned with artisanal medicines of unknown origin. What? Oh, he allowed what circulation of medicines without labeling? Just let everything go around. Bars is the formation country has to use its defensive unit in case of war on its territory. Oh! And then you send them over to Ukraine to be shelling volunteers there. Huh. You know what's the most tragic thing? This would all be funny if it wasn't directly... what is this site, by the way? I need to be using this site. It would be funny as fuck if it wasn't resulting in so many casualties. Like, if they were just fucked up in their own country, this would be one of the funniest situations ever. Like, look at them. Come on. Come on. They're just... everything they're doing is so fucking stupid. It's like they're purposely taking the worst possible option in every situation. It would be funny as fuck if they weren't pieces of shit trying to kill an entire nation. If they're trying to run away. 90 armed invaders fled from their positions near Arapovka, Svatovsky district. Many more of them run away. The only good thing about them is that they're fucking cowards. That is the only one. Every time I open the link, I have to allow it to be opened. ISV called what helped the Russians repel the attacks of the armed forces of Ukraine in Zaporozhye direction. That makes sense. Hey, we didn't look at ISV in a while. They usually have good links. I like their reports. I like their reports. They have wait, not click on this one. I have to look at ISV to see the links. Because they will link you to everything, and I love how they link you to specific Telegram posts. I love them for that so much. Because usually it's very hard in the news. You try to find news about a situation, and they're like, oh, Prigozhin said this on his Telegram. And then they don't give you a link to Telegram, and I'm not really a big fan of that. But ISV always gives you the links. Even though very often they will link to a previous ISV report in which they have the link. So that's kind of silly, but they always give you the links. 28,000 times higher than the norm? What? The person bathes in such water, disease can potentially occur. What do you mean 28,000 times higher than the norm? Holy shit. It's because it's from the source, trust me, bro. Yeah, most of it is. I think also what I've noticed is that if they don't link you, the source when they are quoting someone on Telegram, it's usually because their entire article depends on something that may or may not be properly translated. That's the way I've seen it so far. So it's like they build a whole article based on like few words said, and then you go and you look at the translation, and the translation doesn't match. Because they use, I don't know what they use. I don't know if they use like Google Translate. What the fuck do they use when it comes to these like shit little sources? But they just take it for granted. They don't understand that you can't. You never, almost never, can properly translate one language into another. You know, there's always like gaps in the understanding. So I think just, yeah, I think it becomes really, really obvious when they're like, oh, Prigozhin said this, and then they don't give you a link to see Prigozhin saying it, and then you're like, oh, what do you mean? Ish. Ukrainian forces continue counteroffensive operations. Okay. Mill bloggers continue to credit alleged superior Russian electronic warfare. Okay. What did they mean alleged? Why did they say alleged? Gaps in this chat. It's normal. It's normal. Okay, having so many incredibly smart people at one spot, of course they're going to have some gaps. It's only normal. Okay, there's too much IQ in a room, and then it cancels itself out. It happens. Life sucks. ASV continues to assess Russian forces are maintaining doctrinally sound defensive operations. Okay. Russian Navy capabilities have been critical in complicating Ukrainian attacks in Zaporizhia, although it is unclear if continued successful tactics are a result of superior capacities or improved Russian employment of these systems. What do you mean? Okay. So I don't know if the systems are fancy or if Russians use them in smart ways, but whatever one it is, it works. Another series of drone missile strikes, as expected. Ukrainian military sources reported that Ukrainian air defenses shot down one of the cruise missiles and all 20 Shahids. Okay, so all 20 have been shot. How many cruise missiles? 4 have been launched. They shot down 1, so 3 have landed. The remaining 3 struck industrial facilities in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. Is everyone okay? Everyone is okay. Okay. The facilities can be rebuilt. Russian military is advancing initial efforts to stand up new corps and army-level formations to implement Shoigu's announced intent to conduct large-scale force restructuring by 2026. So we need to defeat them before. Ahmad special forces have been deployed, likely as part of continued effort to align with the Russian Ministry of Defense. Kadyrov has also taken advantage of the frequent Russian information space discourse about Belgorod Oblast to posture himself as an effective and cooperative military leader without having to commit all Chechen forces to an attritive offensive or defensive effort. Fuck. What's Prigozhin? Where is he ethnically? Where are you? Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? Leningrad? Okay. Oh, bro, you could start a wedge on this. You could start a wedge on this. We need to, you know what we need to do? We need to make fake accounts to infiltrate Russians to get them to fight. Because this could be so easy. This could be so easy. They're already making fun of Shoigu because he's not like ethnically Russian enough. Now him banding up with Kadyrov, going against Prigozhin. Oh shit, you could start some fights there. I mean, I've already seen similar stuff on Telegram. I just wonder when it's going to reach like the mainstream Russian space. The Ukrainians still winning. It's going interestingly so far. We'll see how it proceeds, but so far it's okay. So far it's okay. They are probing the defenses. They're gaining more territory, so it seems to be going okay-ish. We will see how it proceeds because they are trying to find weaker spots in the Russian defense lines so they could push through. So far on some fronts it works, on some fronts it works a bit less, a bit slower. So overall, we're trusting armed forces if we can. Anyone with a keyboard is a political scientist. That's true. That's true. I have 2 keyboards in the house. I'm double a political scientist. Okay, I am extra political scientist, extra political scientist squared. That's what I am. Talking about politics. I am working on my Patreon to get. Basically, I'm collecting a list of politicians. Hey, yo, Vadas. I'm collecting a list of politicians. From our countries to mock basically, and we got Alternative for Germany last time, right? You remember we talked about these people, and I started getting into the Conservative People's Party of Estonia because someone mentioned that they are clowns, and they actually have. This man was ruling the party until 2020, and who is now ruling the party is his son. This is his kid. This one got removed from the spot because he said that the elections in USA in 2020 were stolen from Trump. Absolutely. He said he's absolutely certain about this. So fucking clowns. Yeah, fucking clowns. The man said that Ukrainian refugees, that Ukrainian refugees are coming to Estonia to spread around the HIV. Like, what the fuck is wrong with him? The fuck is wrong with him? And his son is also stupid. His son, he made a comment on refugees. Here it is in 2013. Where the quote is, "If it's black, show them the door." I want Estonia to be a white country. Just a whole fucking clown just existing like this, just being there. Why do you people have these? I still have like 2 people to go through for this party. So this is the chairman, he's the main one, and there's like 3 deputy speakers or whatever. This is one of them. I don't yet know who the other 2 are. I will try to go through the rest of them too, but like these 2 are clowns already. So I'm having fun, and I can't wait to see who else is in the party. Yeah, when you say I don't know if there's a Conservative Party who are not clowns, I would very much love to know. AFD was also fun, guys. I don't know if you were here when we looked through the AFD. AFD is a clown fucking party. Okay, everyone there seems to be incredibly stupid. They have Tino, who is leading the party. Tino is an idiot. Tino is going around using Nazi terms and then being like, no, they're not actually far-right terms. And then going, oh, I didn't know they are, so I use them without knowing. Like, bitch, come on. He has been bitching about the sanctions that we have been given to Russia. He has been trying to revive the German victim myth, which is the idea that when bombing of Dresden happened, there were 100,000 people who died in the bombing of Dresden. So like Germans were the victims, poor little Germans. And then also the idea of Dresden being a peaceful little city, so it didn't deserve to be bombed at all. It was basically a part of propaganda which was spread by Nazis themselves because they wanted to present themselves as victims. It's very similar to like what Serbia does with bombing of Belgrade, right? So they will present it to you as a horrible situation where like millions of Serb children have died because they're trying to present themselves as the victims, the ultimate victims in the situation, and they think this abolishes them of the crimes that they were doing. Germans were trying to do very much the same thing, Nazis too. So the fact that, a man is trying to do that in this day and age is rather weird. It is rather weird, but okay. Hates immigrants, hates multiculturality, loves Russia very much, not surprising, loves Putin very much, also not surprising. So, just your usual whatever the fuck. This one is my favorite, though. This one is my favorite. I love her because she had... When was this? So she had a lot of scandals, but my favorite scandal of hers... Where is it? I need to find the link is for this. Oh, here it is. Here it is. In 2017, she was bitching about political correctness, right? So she was going around being like, political correctness sucks. It sucks. Why are we not allowed to say stuff that is insulting to people? Everyone is such a pussy these days and everyone gets offended so easily. So one of the German journalists is like, yes, that is true. Political correctness indeed does suck. This Nazi slut is correct. And then she tries to sue him. And she lost at the court, which is even better. I love it. I love it. I love everything about this woman. She's so incredibly stupid. It's amazing. Amazing how they destroy their own image. Second most popular party, EKRE, with the two idiots at top positions. Wait, do they have someone smarter in the rest of the positions? What? How is this the second most popular party? Holy shit. Because I think I looked into this one and he wasn't really getting too many votes. Is this one getting votes? I mean, he does look a bit less broken. I would choose EKRE. Why? Why? For what reason? They're idiots. They're just stupid. They're just stupid. More and more Ukrainian women on Tinder. I know some of them use Tinder to lure in Russian soldiers. That's what I was hearing. Some of them were fake accounts used to lure in Russians to learn their positions and then to get their asses bumped. We have a similar situation in Sweden, with SD being the second most popular party. I haven't looked into them too much. I'm kind of scared, to be honest. I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of worried. I don't know how much I want to know. Like, it's destroying my image of your country. It's not gonna lie, okay? It's destroying my image of your country. There's countries that I think are quite base and quite good, and then I see these types of things, and then I'm like, Also, the fuck is it with them constantly bitching about USA? That's what surprised me, okay? Like, he was bitching about the elections in USA. He was bitching about the elections in USA. What is it with bitching about elections in USA and what happens to Trump? Who the fuck cares? Why are we complaining about that? Like, I don't really see that. I don't really see that. It's kind of weird to me. I don't know. It's like not your place to be bitching about. Shut the fuck up. Name a country and its governor is probably a fucking joke. Okay, yeah, true. Wait, which country was it which had normal people there? Which country was it? Oh, their approval rate of their president is really, really fucking high. He's a historian or some shit. Do you know which one I think of? They seem okay. They seem okay. I can't remember the name. I completely blacked out. You're gonna remember it one day. But maybe that. How's Slovenia doing? USA though, USA, come on. Biden, come on. Suggested bombing of Belgrade, come on. Biden's based, okay? Biden deserves to be ruling the country forever. You want democracy? You get all kinds of freaks through, which is why I don't want democracy. What I want is authoritarian leadership. When I say authoritarian, I mean it's me ruling the country. Everyone else has to listen to me, and then I can just ban everyone I disagree with. That's my imaginary country. That is the imaginary world that I support. Biden lives in 1999. I wish. I wish. He comes to Congress tomorrow and he's like, guys, should we go and bomb Serbia? Guys, what do you think about it? I've sent the planes already. They're on their way. They hate us because they ain't us true. True. USA lives in their minds 24/7 and 3. Yeah, that's true. Look, it's to be fair, USA does do some clown shit sometimes. It's just that, you know what I think is the problem currently with USA? Actually, not a problem. I think it's a good thing. Is that right now your politics are so boring that no one gives a shit about you. You're doing, like, boring stuff currently. Trump going on trial. Who the fuck cares about Trump going on trial? We had fun with looking at his bathroom for a while with those boxes of documents, and it's not even fun anymore, and people keep trying to talk about it, and I think you're kind of like pushing everyone away from constantly thinking about USA. At this point, it's just like annoying. Yeah, boring politics are good politics. I agree with that. If your country is not mentioned, it's probably doing something all right. Because usually whenever you hear other countries learning about your country, it's because your country is doing stupid shit, right? Like, while we were relatively normal, no one really cared about us. But the second our president goes out and starts bitching about poking the Russian bear, whatever, suddenly everyone knows where Croatia is. So yeah, boring politics are good. That's true. Do you know what Slovenia is doing? No, you don't. They're just chilling. They're existing, they're going their own path. Kiss my M4, drive my diesel, drinking lifted for F450 to work. A 60-hour unpaid labor-intensive shift. Come home to drink Modelo and watch sports ball. Oh, you forgot to say that at your 60-hour unpaid labor-intensive shift, you rely on tips only. And then you demand people to be tipping you at least 120% of the bill. Because that is how it's done in USA. You don't get paychecks, you get tips. That is a weird culture, by the way. The fuck is wrong with your tipping culture? You people are just weird. Hey, where's my... I'm not getting the translation thing pop up. Oh, this is not cool. Level business. Oh, they learned their location. Nice. Are they gonna be returned? What's going to happen to them? Could Hungary be put? Whoever in Hungary agreed with this. Could we get them on Hague? Do we know where they are? Their names, route of their movement, and their relatives and relevant law enforcement have been notified. Okay. So names and the route has been established. Okay. Basically what happened, guys, is Russia took a bunch of prisoners of war, and then instead of giving them to Ukraine, because they're Ukrainian citizens, it gave them to Hungary. Because, I don't know, they're ethnically Hungarian or whatever. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. It's a stupid little thing. How can you do? How is this your decision to make? I don't know, but somehow apparently it is, and yeah, they were given over to Hungary instead of being given back to Ukraine. So yeah, I don't even care about Trump's trial, kind of like how I don't care about Biden's laptop. Yeah, understandable. I have had a Dutch person spend 10 minutes telling me how my country works yesterday, so that was fun. Oh, I understand that. I was really, really annoyed recently. I think I actually, I understand you people so much. Because there was a debate on another channel on, what's the kid's name? That kid who went to the BLM protest and then, killed some people who attacked him. It was ruled self-defense. I don't know what his name is. He has a name. It's like kiddo. But basically there was a debate about this kiddo, about whether this kiddo actually killed people in self-defense or if the kiddo Rittenhouse. Yeah, thank you, Rittenhouse. Yeah. The debate was whether it was self-defense or not, basically. It was so annoying because you had Americans actually arguing whether or not it was self-defense, right? And every once in a while, you have Europeans jumping into conversation to be like, hey guys, well, in Europe, well, the second he had a gun, he would be put in prison because you can't have guns here in Europe. Hey guys, did you know that in Europe, we don't allow people to have guns? It was so annoying. It's such a stupid point to bring up in that sort of a debate, you know? It's what are you doing? The fuck are you doing? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, no, I understand the Americans debating on this. But I think European opinions on that are incredibly stupid unless you are coming to a debate with understanding that USA does not work the way Europe does. So jumping into conversation with being like, hey guys, in Europe, you would not be able to have a gun. It's useless. It's useless. It's just, why are you spamming that? Why do you feel the need? Like, I legit saw people copy paste the exact same message a few times. Why do you feel the need to copy paste the exact same bullshit a few times? So I don't know. Sometimes I look at Americans and I'm like, damn, I feel kind of sad that you people are, you know, having to deal with annoying Europeans. We can issue arrest order on all Hungarians responsible. Based. I hope it happens. Get them to hug every single one of them. Get them to hug every single one of them. Russian propagandists discuss possible scenarios in case of Lukashenko's death. No, but he's supposed to be a general. Isn't he supposed to be a general? Oh no, I wonder if they're going to say that it's going to be very sad because there's going to be no one to fill the place of a general in the military. To be fair, if you were allowed to go to debates at a baseball bat, I feel like a lot of debates would be much more enjoyable to watch. I'm just saying. Not annoying nearly as much as Americans treating Kyle like a hero. Yeah, that's also annoying. Yeah. Definitely. I think I see both as like equally. No, actually I see Americans as more harmful. That's true. I still am annoyed by Europeans on this. But yeah, treating it as a hero was also a retarded take. It was okay, like if you want to be, you know, was it self-defense, was it not? I don't know. It's like American issue. You people could talk about it. I think your laws are so messy that, like, for me, I'm not even trying to get into the conversation. But treating him as a hero is stupid regardless. Even if you think about self-defense, like, it's still stupid to see the kid as a hero. And I don't know where that opinion came from, to be honest. I understand when it comes to, like, self-defense, yes, no, I'm seeing it. The hero, the fuck? No. Black powder muskets, yeah, that too.
Мы не знаем, что произойдет с, дай бог ему здоровья, с Александром Григорьевичем Лукашенко. Но если в какой-то момент в Белоруссии начнется транзит, для России крайне важно обеспечить свои интересы в ходе этого транзита. И к этому нужно готовиться загодя. Вот в такой ситуации Польша и другие страны могут потенциально использовать свое влияние, или как минимум попытаться использовать свое влияние, чтобы дополнительно дестабилизировать обстановку в Беларуси и изменить конфигурацию сил. Но о чем стоит позаботиться России?
What about him being a general? Budanov, yeah, Budanov's chill. Budanov's okay. I mean, I don't know if, like, Ukraine would publish anything of a sort. Like, if he actually got wounded, I don't know if Ukraine would be letting us know. But I think he's okay. I think he's all right. I don't really think that they would be keeping it this much of a secret. To be honest, I don't think it would work. CIA, thank you. It would not be self-defense if there was evidence that he antagonized the man who chased him. But since there was no evidence of that, he could claim it was self-defense because the man chasing him could have potentially grabbed his own gun and used it against him. Yeah, even if you antagonize the person, though, even then, I'm not sure if you could... I'm not sure where we'll draw the line between self-defense and not self-defense, right? Like, if you poke someone, if you keep on poking someone, and they actually put you in danger, if they make you fear for your life, it feels like you still could claim self-defense because you were fearing for your own life, right? You had reasons to do so. I feel like the line is, like, very, very blurry, but so, you know, whatever the court decides. That happens if you attack a guy with a gun. Okay, yeah. To be fair, like, a kid with a gun, though, in the first place, it's, like, weird. When officials of internal affairs died in a helicopter accident. Maybe because everyone saw that. Okay, yeah, that is true. Yeah, so it probably wouldn't be kept secret. That's true. US needs to donate another 100 bill to Ukraine, and my house is getting vaporized more. Actually, 100 billions. But yeah. Oh, a bill was that. I saw bill as like a money bill, but like 100 billions. Yeah. We need 100 billions. That is true. When it comes to what is getting vaporized, listen, Russia is operating on very, very old maps. So we're saying maps like 50 years outdated at this point. If your house used to be a military point 50 years ago, you are fucked. But if your house was not a military point 50 years ago, you're probably gonna be okay. He was a kid. Was he not a kid? I'm pretty sure he was a kid. How old is he? When did this even happen? How old are you? Yeah, he was 17. That's a kid. That's a child. That's a kiddo. He's not supposed to be allowed in anywhere, like outside. He's supposed to be, kept inside and playing Fortnite. I don't know what 17-year-olds do. Nothing good. It's 17-year-old. If the line is too blurry, you're supposed to make it right with a credit card. True. I should have learned that from our president. I should have asked him before. 4 people jumped him. They thought he was an active shooter on a rampage, like often happens in America. Yeah, it's a situation where I feel there were reasons by everyone to react. So, I don't know how you could morally make a case for any side there. Need to be kept inside. Look, I'm not 17, okay? So, they denied Chernobyl happened and then dug in the Red Forest and then died. Sad. Summary of reports about the front. Renewed activity along Zaporizhia near Velika Novosilka, renewed fighting. Rybar says AFU grabbed a foothold by landing troops near Oleshki. Rybar himself? Okay, that's good. Gonza, what does Gonza want? States that EAFU made progress towards Robotyne and managed to take new positions towards Dorozhnyanka. It included a map of the location of Dorozhnyanka as it is not so widely covered yet. This one? That's fair. Nah, 17-year-olds are kids. It's teenagers. Okay, listen, teenagers need to be silenced. Okay, can we agree on that? I can agree on that. Teenagers must be silenced. If a teenager is allowed to speak, you already have problems. They're not supposed to be allowed to speak. He was tried as an adult. Makes sense. That's still a kid, though. Everything below 20 is a kid. Should have been. Yeah, anyone under 30? Wait. Wait few years so I reach the point, and then I can agree with that. But yeah, no, young people are just kind of stupid, my dude. Young people just... Oh yeah, Tucker Carlson, yeah, fuck Tucker Carlson. Also, the other dude also had Kyle Rittenhouse on his show. What's the other dude? The other dude. He's equally as stupid as Tucker, but he's not Tucker. He's another one. The one. Crowder. It was Crowder. It was that one. He also had Kyle on his show and was also stupid to watch. Everyone is stupid and childish. True. But when you're an adult and you're stupid and childish, you deserve to be beaten up. But when you're a kid and you're stupid and childish, it's like, hey, you're a kid. Now you're 17. Your brain is still useless. Of course, you're kind of stupid and making dumb decisions and ruining everyone's lives. It's what kids are supposed to do. You think of yourself as a kid at 25 and you reach 40. Yeah, that's true, probably. That's true. I'm gonna be 40, gonna be watching the streams. No, I'm gonna be like, oh, I was so based. I mean, yeah. Smokers go out for coffee. That's how it is. If you smoke, you go out for coffee. Wait, did we go through this one? Okay. I have to show you my linkies. Boomers can also be childish. Yeah, but like I can blame them for it. How do I say this? They can, but they don't have a good excuse to be. Which means I can bully them. But when it's a kid being childish, it's like a kid being childish. What do you expect? Some sort of intelligence? From a teenager? In puberty? Come on. Of course they're going to be stupid as fuck. It's a teenager. They don't know any better. They're not supposed to know any better. Okay, it's come on. Leave them be stupid. Let them be stupid. Also, there's a new 1420 video that I wanted to show you. Smokers have been getting rarer and rarer. Really? I wish we had a situation here with like less smokers, but we don't. There's a lot of them. I was in Zagreb a few years ago, and they are trying to get rid of smoking in the city. And they had this one huge mall. It was like opened or something when I was there. It was fresh. There was a huge mall, and one part of the mall is just a huge cafe. So they had like a big part of it for non-smokers and then a tiny part for smokers. And the problem is that like everyone wanted to smoke with their coffee. So the small part for smokers, it was filled up and people were waiting outside in a row to get in. Whereas the part for non-smokers, it was just empty because no one wanted to drink their coffee without smoking. So yeah, not in Slovenia. Healthy people. That's because Slovenians are doing well mentally. That's why. Smoking is a sign that your country is fucked up. More people smoke, more fucked up your country is. You can smoke inside. They must have ventilation. There's ventilation that must be put in so you can have smokers. So they just put in ventilation because if you don't allow smokers, you basically lose all of the customers. So it pays off more to install ventilation, even though it's relatively expensive. It pays more to install ventilation and then keep your customers than it does to just ban smokers. Nightclubs can't have smokers? So they just call nightclub something else? What? Q Club was Judo Club? I should research that. No, wait, I should research what they are right now. Oh, that would be so fucking great. I'm gonna go get batshit drunk in one of them and then be like, guys, I was in a judo club yesterday. Ventilation that usually isn't turned on since you lose heat that way. Yeah. When I was in a when I was working in a coffee shop, we did keep it on. We kept it on low, and then we had to keep it on a bit higher when there were lots of people in. But we were working on it properly. But I've heard that ever since the coffee shop changed owners, that they are trying to conserve the electricity or whatever. I don't know. They're trying to save up money, so they're telling them that they're not allowed to turn it on as regularly. When I was there, it was open. It was turned on for most of the time on like the lowest setting. And then if we had more people in, I would just turn it on fully. And it was great. It actually worked rather well. It like surprised me the first time how good it was. Great for preventing COVID. Oh, that too. Oh, see, yeah, nice. If the coffee shops are big enough, they have to have a non-smoking area too. Oh, they must have it? Oh, I thought there was a choice. They must have it. With such looks in rural Russia, that guy will be killed. So I guess he will never step off outside of Moscow and Petersburg. To be fair, he was in rural Russia. Was it him or was it the other one, actually? Which one of them was in those villages, making those really, really sad videos? I didn't like those. I like him more saying in Moscow because, you know, I can hate on Moscows. When it comes to people in republics, I already feel kind of bad for them because their men are being sent to die. So it makes you feel kind of heartbroken already, you know. And then you see also how they live, and then you are reminded that it's their men being sent to die, and it just fucking sucks. I don't know, dude. It wasn't him, maybe, or? I was fully certain it was him going to those. Who went to that one really, really poor village? There was one of them who went to that really, really poor village. And at the time, I did research. Hey, ruler Russians, he says. Well, actually, yeah, I could just like go and seek out ruler. Rural. Such a stupid word. Was it him? I'm looking for a specific village video that I remember. Because it was a horrible looking village. And I googled Croatian places with the same amount of people in them, and they looked a lot better. Because someone in the comments basically made a comment which was like, well, if your village had 300 people only, it would also look like shit. And I was like, I don't know. Let me check. Because like my village has, for example, around 200 people, and it looks great, right? Looks good. So I was like, nah, it's not this one. So I went through the map of Croatia, found the tiniest settlements we have, worked my way up, and no, we're like doing well. We're doing okay. They didn't even have roads, my dude. I don't know how many villages you have in your country that don't have a road. Just no roads, just like mud. That's it. I don't know if we have places here which can be compared. I don't know what the village name was. I remember it had 350 people, something around that number, because I was looking at Croatian villages with around 350 people too. So that's what I know. Let me see. See stuff like these. Do they know why their kids are sent to Ukraine? And like, it is their kids being sent to Ukraine. It's not Moscow kids. It's heartbreaking. Makes talking pretty hard. I'm trying to not reveal my location because I'm scared of Osijek people. that whispering one on Instagram, he's probably gonna figure it out. He's definitely in my chat, you know. Sometimes I check the chat and I see all of the bots that we have in chat. We have like Twitch chatter, stuff like that. Like, he is definitely one of them. Stream Elements, is that him? I don't even know. It could be. He wouldn't be smart enough to make Stream Elements account to hide here. It's probably not him. It would be something relatively relatively simple. Stalking, something like that. Hibara hunting, they try to go into random town or village or city and see if it's a ruined wooden hall. Holy shit, in Russian Google Maps? Shit. Oh, that's sad. Oh, that is sad. Hey. Comparable cities. Comparing a lot of cities in Siberia compared to Alaska, and you will see Russians favored apartment buildings while the US favored houses. Oh! I've never looked into like those. That would be interesting. I've never looked into that detailed. I looked into like us compared to Russians. And for example, one interesting thing I've found in Croatia is that we have a lot of tiny settlements, it's just like few very rich houses, and that's it. It's like written in as a specific village, but it's not actually a village, because when you go in it in Google Maps, when you walk around, it's just like there's a road and there's few houses next to the road, and that's it, nothing else. So I've seen stuff like that. It was interesting to learn what we have here, to be honest. It was interesting. But yeah, Ukraine missing for campaign, name 50 different villages as your occasion. I should actually do that. And then, oh, you know what I should do? Oh, because there's a lot of creepy dudes from Osijek, I should like name 50 different villages. And then whenever I get a third tier sub, I remove one of the villages from the list. And then at the end, it turns out that all 50 of them were fake. My location is actually something different. See, I'm gonna do that. Hey, by the way, I wanted to make a counter for the stream, but I forgot. Today is my day 1 of 600 working days, okay? So feel happy for me, okay? Send thoughts and prayers. Because I'm gonna be working 8 hours daily for... daily she goes. I mean, technically, yeah. for about a year and a half. I still don't know for how long. The woman I'm replacing is actually today she's going to the doctors to know how her pregnancy is going and how long she's been pregnant, because she doesn't really know. So today I will learn exactly how long I'm supposed to be on the job, but I assume it's going to be around 600 days. So today is day number 1 of 600. I'm actually planning to do like little stream parties, okay? I'm hoping to do little parties. I don't know how often, but something like day 10, 20, 30, maybe like that, or every 15, I don't know, just to kind of make it more bearable. I wish she would be due in a month. Like, if she could give birth now, I would be happy. I would be very happy. It's not really working out. It doesn't seem to be the case. She looks very skinny. I was looking at her. You don't even see the stomach. And I know you start seeing the stomach when the woman is in her second trimester, usually. So in the first one, you don't see it. So I'm scared. I'm kind of scared. I've got a lot of days to work. I'm not really happy about that. You gotta get to work. Good luck. Good luck. Stay strong. You can do this. You got this, my man. I'm going to be a dog 3 channel point redeem. Here's the thing. I got a dog from a shelter. Okay, there's a shelter for dogs. I can show you that. Could be you in the first trimester. Shit. Hey, I was talking to my boyfriend recently that like if I get bored of working, I could just like stay pregnant. But then I have a kid, and I don't know when I have a kid. But you get a year and something of work after you have birth, plus you get cash money. Bro. But then also you have the kid, so I don't like that idea. I'm gonna write him in as a kid and just get cash. Yeah, you get lots of payment. I don't know if you knew about this. Listen. I have a family I've met locally who are like abusing the system. But you get paid for the first 6 months after birth, a lot of cash money. And then for the next 6 months, you get paid, but a bit less. But no matter which parent takes it, they get paid. I know a family here nearby. They purposely had 3 kids. So like this was their pregnancy number 3. Because the woman works, but the man doesn't. So he is the one taking like those 6 extra months after the kid is born. So he gets more money from the state. And now because it's kid number 3, he got 3 years. He got 3 years paid. Like he's getting paid to be at home and babysit his kids. He's getting paid by the state. You know how cool that is? But yeah, kids are a lot of work, and that's kind of a problem. I'm not really a big fan of that. I wanted to Google something, and I forgot what, by the way. Because oh yeah, the dogs. So we have. I can show you this because I am, you know, it's over nearby. We have a dog shelter nearby, and it's like very, very cute, and it's very, very adorable. And this is where I got the doggy from. And she's a cute little doggy. She's the best doggy ever. But listen. Here's the problem. When you take a doggy from one of these places, what they do is the people come to your house to check how the doggy is doing, which is usually a good thing. Usually, not in our situation, because my dog is fat as fuck. And last time they came here, they were like, she looks a bit chubby, doesn't she? And I was like, no, she's just kind of fluffy. And they were like, So basically, I'm scared of giving the treats on the stream because she's going to get even fatter. But also, I don't know if she's just built differently. They did say that they don't know who her father is. Oh, she can't be pregnant. Luckily, because that would be horrible. She can't stay pregnant, but she does have weird build, and they are guessing her father was something, because we know her mother was a Croatian Shepherd. We don't know what her father was, because her ribs are like really, really wide. She doesn't even have fat or whatever. She has really huge ribs. This part is like big. So they're guessing her father was some sort of those like bulky breeds, and that in making she just turned out to look ridiculous. Because we were on a meetup recently. They had a meetup of all the dogs in the shelter, and you can bring your dog there. You know, it's like a meetup of dogs who left the shelter basically. and we saw other puppies who are her brothers and sisters, and they all look like that, broken, relatively broken. It's like their ribs are too big for their body. So I don't know what the father was, but the father did not match the mother's build. Oh, you went there. Oh, nice. So nice. I keep on wanting to go to volunteer on Sundays. But then I'm always like, I gotta drive now. And then I gotta drive back. Do I feel like driving? I don't really know. Yeah, half sheep, basically. Half pig, more like. You know those fluffy pigs? You know those fluffy little pigs, these ones? This is basically my dog. This is basically what she looks like. That was her father. This exactly the same. Exactly the same. Like no difference at all there. So yeah. Look at this. Oh yeah, like this, like that, exactly. Other part of the town. Oh yeah. That sucks. It does suck. But the river is very close nearby and everything. We did go. We give them stuff sometimes because they have a thing where like you can donate shit to the shelter, and then they do auctions, and then they sell it, and then money from selling it goes to the dogs. It's like for buying food and stuff. They make nice money usually. So we sometimes go to like carry them donations around because we were like a family on the bottom of the pyramid for a very long time. So we still have some rich relatives which give us clothes, even though like we're not in that financial situation anymore, but we still have rich relatives who like send over bags of clothes every once in a while. So we just kind of carry them over to the shelter and then give them over to them to sell. And then when we are there, we do walk them, and it's very, very cool. It's very, very cool. I like it. Also, I love coming there and just seeing how many people are volunteering. I don't know. I was surprised by it the first time, because I saw them post. The first time we went, they posted something about like it's gonna be volunteering day or some shit. And I was like, no one's gonna show up. No one goes to volunteer. No one's gonna show up. This is gonna be so sad. People showed up. Whole families with kids showed up just to go and walk the dogs around. Beautiful. Where's the ruler Russians? Yadrin? What's Yadrin? Crispy bacon. Oh no! Oh come on. It's kind of sad, though. It's kind of sad. Poor little pig. We had a pig. One of those, those pigs that are supposed to stay small. We had one of those, and he grew. He outgrew his existence. He was huge. You know how hard it was to give him over to someone else because everyone wanted to eat him? Like, we would call him, we would be like, hey, we see that you are having like an animal farm. We got a pig that we would like to donate because he's very, very big and we have no place to keep him. Because my mother, when she got him, she didn't know that there's no tiny pig breeds. Like, they don't stay tiny. They're tiny when they're small, and if you are very, very good at controlling what they eat, they might be smaller than a usual pig, but they're still huge. That's still a huge animal. And she didn't know about it when she got it, so... But we called like few shelters, and most of them were like, we're gonna eat him. We called the fucking zoo, and the zoo was like, oh yeah, you can donate him to be used as like food for the lions. And we were like, no. They're like, yeah, we do get donations, and then we like prepare the animal, and then we just give chunks to the lions. But no, we didn't eat him. We managed to find a shelter. They had a female and they needed a male. And then we didn't trust them that they're not going to eat him. So we went there to check on him after a year or something, and he had a bunch of kids. He was there and he was still okay. It was just a bunch of little piggies like running around because it was a family-owned shelter. So they didn't have the animals like locked in because it was like a small one. So they were just like running around. And it was cute. It was cute. What do you do with a pig if not eat? You keep him around as a pet. You keep him around as a pet. They're good as pets. They're very, very smart. You eat it when it dies naturally. I don't know if that's smart. I don't know if that's a smart thing. 150 to 200 pounds. Yeah. Big. Big animal. He was a big animal. Because my mother, she thought that they stayed this size. They don't stay that size. They don't. They get big. They get huge. But he was good. He was fighting with the chicken, though. So it was funny to have him around. If the weather wasn't as bad those years, like this year, we might even like, if we had one of them, we could have kept them because there's no winter right now. But back then, it was years ago. We still had very, very, very cold winters, and we don't really have a place to keep pigs in. No. Is this gonna be safe for stream? No. No, it's not. No. Your dog would lose weight hurting them. Actually, now that you say it, yeah, probably I should. That was a game. That was Fortnite. Guys, don't watch Fortnite. From the beginning. Oh.
Вот сегодня с нашего района уезжает первый
Fortnite anyways.
автобус с ребятами. Вот что думаете по этому поводу?
I need to learn how to open stuff in another browser to like check for TOS.
За родину. Я бы сказал за Сталина.
For Stalin?
А вот защищаем мы от кого, как вы думаете?
Не знаю. Так.
Aww. I think I was dying MTLB and they crashed into the house.
Сегодня с нашего района уезжает
Was
первый
seriously
автобус.
injured though.
с
Shit.
ребятами. Вот что думаете?
Кто должен защищать родину? А? Если не мужчина настоящий.
Oh. Oh, before Kharkiv? Oh.
А вот скажите, пожалуйста.
Вам Великую Отечественную войну защищали, выдержали 5 лет. А сейчас бегут, как эти псы.
Like how there was like a huge difference between the man's reaction and her reaction. Like I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not sure how to feel about this. It was from when Russia was still pushing Kyiv. Oh, I haven't seen that video, to be honest. I haven't seen it. But also I do think I missed, intentionally skipped over a number of videos. Because, you know, there's a lot of war crime stuff that you see, and it's just, not even just war crime, just like usual deaths of people even then. And you like gain nothing from witnessing it. It just messes you up, and that's it. So could be one of those that I've heard about, and I was just like, nah. Going to follow some other developments which will not make me feel mentally scarred forever. Where I was trying to find the Republic. Chuvash! I actually do have a thing on Chuvash. I wanted to check if I've looked into the Republic. We already have seen more dead Ruskies on video than Russia claimed they have by the time, so it's hard to recall which one happened when. That's true. It's a sucky little thing, you know? It's a sucky little thing. I was thinking about that recently, about how, like, you're not supposed... I don't know if we were made. I don't know if we evolved for this shit, my dude. It's not something you're supposed to be witnessing, you know? Like, as a human, to be existing in a situation where you are completely, fully safe, like nothing is happening with me right now, right? I'm okay. Nothing bad is going on. And still to be seeing those types of things and then to be emotionally involved so strongly with that, I don't know if we're like mentally fucked or what it is. I'm not sure how good we all are. He's Ukrainian, though it's not very happy about it. He received a lot of pro-Russian propaganda. Oh, damn. Oh, damn, that sucks. That sucks. Wait, Chuvash people are a Turkic ethnic group. Most of them live in Chuvashia. They speak Chuvash. What do we have? What do we have? Ethnic groups. Chuvash 63.7. Okay, so most of them. And then you have Russians, and then you have Tatars. Turkic ancestors of Chuvash people are believed to have come from Central Siberia. And then the Russians have conquered the Kazan Khanate and its territories. Chuvash were required to pay yasak, and they gradually became dispossessed of much of their land. Christianization, Russification of Chuvash, and many of them converted to Orthodox Christianity, but Tsars never achieved their complete Russification. Okay, then we saw a revival of the culture. In 18th, 19th century, the Chuvash language began to be used in local schools, and a special written script was created in 1871. And then, Soviet authorities attempted to suppress nationalist movements by redrawing the borders, leaving many Chuvash living in neighboring republics or in Russian districts. Oh! And then the language vanished from use. Well, that sucks. It was brought back in 1989, though, so use is still very limited, though. Oh, shit. They do have some. Main organizations are the Union of Chuvash Local Historians, Suvar Movement, Chuvash National Congress. The paganists were criticized by the Russian Orthodox Church for being separatists, and Siberian separatists are represented. So Chuvash Republic itself is unlikely to see independence. It may be seeking more autonomy within Russia itself. And also, if it separates, it is going to separate as part of Siberia. It is not going to separate as itself. So, overall, suffered quite a lot under Russification, and this just sucks. And also, that man made me feel really, really sad, and then the woman made me feel really angry, so I don't know where I am. Not for religion, but for separatism. It's because religion itself was seen as a tool to divide people in communist societies. It's like in Yugoslavia, too. It was like if you were Christian, the problem wasn't that you believe in God. The problem was that you separate yourself from the Orthodox people and from the Muslims. Inherently, by acknowledging these differences, you are separating yourselves, and you're not supposed to be separating yourself. So yeah, same there. Like, right, same there. It's like, it's not about you not believing in our religion. It's about you following your national identity and thus separating yourself from the Soviet identity, which is the identity that you are supposed to be welcoming, or the Russian identity in this case, because right now they are part of Russia and it's still ongoing.
Кто-то же должен защищать свою родину.
От кого мы защищаем вообще?
От кого? Всем понятно, что это украинские нацисты под руководством заокеанского игрока. Взрастили целое поколение людей, страдающих русофобией.
Нужна, я считаю, вот давно начать надо было. С 2014 года уже частичная мобилизация. Что это 80 сколько времени?
Вот, отправляют их с кем воевать, как думаете?
Воевать?
I wonder why doesn't he point out...
С кем? Не народом же.
Why doesn't he point out that people from republics are disproportionately sent to the front lines?
Одна Россия. Ну что ж теперь сделаешь? Мы же не хотим, чтобы эти шакалы из-за океана. От них же все пошло, все от них. Вот. Мы же не хотим, чтобы они уничтожили нашу страну, сравняли с землей, а ресурсами нашими воспользовались. Вот. И поэтому, конечно, тут на Путина не надо всех собак вешать. Вешать надо на сатанистов из Вашингтона. Все от них пришло. Все от них.
Все, спасибо большое.
That was fair. It looks like a good village, though. It looks like a good village. So that's kind of cool. Oh, this is a city now. This is a city, so that's cool,
So
isn't
again,
it?
This is Rotterdam right here. It's not Yadin anymore. And let me tell you this. It's very clear. It's very obvious that America is trying to destroy Russia. At least that's what they say on Russian TV.
Fuck you,
I don't
Biden,
know
you
if they
Satanist.
say
That's true.
nothing
That's true. That's
fancy,
true.
so,
Give me the interviews. Give me the interviews. I don't want to hear your analysis. I knew he was gonna throw in an ad here. I knew it. I felt it. I smelled it.
Проводилась мобилизация, поэтому идет в военкоматах вот такая несуразная ситуация. Никто ничего не знает.
Вот как вы думаете, зачем их туда отправляют?
Куда, зачем? Родину защищать.
I wish he would ask. Does he have any of these where he's asking? Cause I don't want it just be about them protecting. I wonder, cause the title of the video, it made me feel like he's going to be asking representative wise, you know what I mean? Like, hey, are you aware your kids are being sent to die and not Moscow's? Are you aware of this? And no, it's not really what he's asking, and I was interested in those questions. I'm interested in what they're going to say. No. It's all about this, but it's not about someone go and do an interview. Go to like Buryatia and be like, hey guys, are you aware that like proportionally your kids are sent to die, but like not your kids as Russian kids. No. Your kids is like your kids. And the rest of Russia is like chilling out there. Are you aware of that? What do you think about that? Why you? Because there has to be a reason. Surely there's a way you explain that to yourself sometimes, you know? Like, why is my kid going to die in Ukraine and Moscow is just not having that? I want to know. Filming group may not return. Yeah, true, but also like he's having a lot of other provocative questions, isn't it? Like a lot of stuff he's asking is very I would call it provocative. Why not just ask that? I don't know, I'm interested.
First
I want to
is
know.
Moscow, the capital of Russia, and second is a small town called Smolensk. By the way, it's kind of close to Ukraine. And then we have rural Russia.
Whoa.
So yeah, this video was filmed in 3 different
Should have went to
places
Shebekina.
within the last 3 months. So enjoy.
He has a
and let me know
2-meter
what you
high
think
friend
in the
behind him.
comments.
Really? Oh wait, I never thought about a team going to film these. Really? It's like him and his huge friend. Like a bodyguard.
Могли бы вы сказать, что вот Россия это идеальное государство, идеальная страна, где лучше всего жить?
Ничего идеального в мире не бывает. Ну, Россия меня вполне устраивает. Мне другой страны не надо.
That would be cool, though. That would be cool. Just him and a huge friend behind him, like a huge bulky one.
Работа престижная и прочее. Но я ее не поменял и не собираюсь.
His kid lives in America.
Но я дом свой, работа престижная и прочее. Но я ее не поменял и
Man is stuck.
не собираюсь.
Why didn't she take him out? Why didn't she take him
Как
with her?
говорится, где родился, там и пригодился.
Was his daughter
Вполне,
born
я
in
не жила
Russia?
никогда в другой стране, поэтому мне не с чем сравнить. Я ездила в Москву.
Guys, who here plays League of Legends? Because there's this one character in League of Legends. What's his name? Galio. It's Galio, and he's like very bulky and he's very stupid. But this reminds me of that because he's from Demacia. He was added to Teamfight Tactics. That's why I think about it often. I love playing Teamfight Tactics, and it got updated recently. And Galio was added, and he has this one quote, which is like, "I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been." And it reminds me of that. Hey, you play on me, Aram. I love Aram too. I love it. Because if I'm doing something stupid, I can just be like, my first time playing this champ. and it isn't. I'm just stupid and lazy, and I don't feel like playing. It's it seems fun. It seems fun, and then I go into the game, and then it's like 20 minutes, and I'm like, bro, I just want to do something else. I don't feel like playing this anymore. Wish they had like a speed match or something with like one turret to destroy, and that was it.
Там несколько раз просто в отпуск, и то давно. Никогда не ездила
It's the
по
only
знакомым,
place
там,
I've
чтобы жить
been.
где-то там, и ходить по другой стране так более неофициально. Ну разве что в Киеве в 2000 году. Теперь уже не поедешь.
Я считаю, что вполне хорошее место для жизни. В России очень много достопримечательностей, очень богатое культурное наследие.
Ну, если Москва, то да. Москва, Питер, да. А если про остальные города, то, наверное, не очень.
Почему хорошее?
Ну, тут много всего, много возможностей.
Если сравнивать Москву конкретно с Западом, то здесь, по-моему, все условия для жизни, для развития в любом из направлений есть. В любом из направлений, в котором ты хочешь саморазвиваться, тоже есть очень много возможностей для этого, поэтому...
Ну вот в этом и прикол, что там люди из регионов, они все в Москву хотят.
Да,
а
из Москвы люди уже хотят уехать. Ну, не знаю. У меня такие мысли не посещали, честно.
Там ни разу в жизни.
Ну, мне лично, мне нормально. То есть мне, наверное, повезло, потому что у меня у родителей нормальный заработок, все такое, а есть те, у которых там, не знаю, проблемы в семье, у которых там с работой проблемы и так далее. Вот, я думаю, им тяжко. Потому что, насколько я знаю, средняя зарплата в России, она не очень большая. И всякие пособия, на них тоже никак не выжить, хотя многие пытаются, у кого там с работы не получается все это. То есть это как у кого посмотреть, я думаю.
Ну и зачем ехать на...
I was trying this whole time, I was trying to figure out the age of this person, and I landed on like 15, 16, but they're smoking. This is an adult. Because he looks like a kid. I would have guessed a kid, and then I was like, he wouldn't go around interviewing children. That would be too much. Oh, that cigarette just took me out. That cigarette just took me the fuck out. Oh, damn. Okay. I thought I was a kiddo. Fair.
Зачем ехать назад?
Live on parents' money. Hey, at least they're aware. At least they're aware of it.
Семья у меня здесь. Ну куда я поеду? Зачем?
It's like most people I know who live on parents' money are not even able to acknowledge how bad paychecks are in this country. So, what adult wears a cat hat? He would be surprised. But like that was also my line of thinking. It was like it has to be a kid because of the cat hat, and also the hat has those like little accessories on it. It gives me like Tumblr kid, 14 years old. But then they smoke. All Russian kids are smoking. That, I mean, wouldn't they? Okay, culturally, maybe I don't know culturally. Here, kids do start smoking very, very early, but they like hide it. I don't think a single one of them would be like smoking on camera at the age of 14. If the girl's wearing it and they were like 30, I think if they're like... Wait, there's a way to put this into words. There's styles of cat ears that are acceptable for older ages, and then there's styles of cat ears you wear when you're older, and people are like, eh. That particular one, it's like, eh. I think it's because of the accessories. It gives me like edgy Tumblr kid. It gives me like this person has a Tumblr blog site, and they post about I don't even know what subculture that is. What are those with like very brightly colored hair? But some USA thing about it. It's that one. There's no one in Russia anymore. Oh shit, okay, yeah, that too. Acceptable cat ears. Yeah, sometimes they look cute. But sometimes it's like weird. So it depends. It depends, okay? I'm thinking more so like I see casual styles as different from the non-casual styles. Like that one to me is not a casual one. But then if it's like I don't know, I see those headset ones as like casual styles. I guess. Oh shit, this, yeah. More of this an alcoholic. This is our army. You don't say. Good thing you figured it out. You didn't figure out that they are thievy little bastards. when they started bringing stolen washing machines home, but now that they started stealing them from you, now you figured it out. Smart. Well, like, wow, what did you think they were doing in Ukraine? Where did you think they were getting all of this shit from? Looting TVs again? Looting TVs still. Bastards. Could have looted some
То же
books at
самое в
least.
Америке. А что там бомжей мало? Вот там сейчас отменили талоны на питание. Там у них 30 миллионов получали талоны на питание. Они прокормить себя не могли.
How many people do you have on food vouchers? Is it 30 million? Is it correct? Oh, I don't think this is a new video, so I don't think these are the ones who went into the trash. But I'm pretty sure we went through ruler videos. And I'm pretty sure it's among these. It was the snowy one, right? It was the snowy one. This one, maybe.
А почему?
Found it. I think I found it.
Какая чужая территория? Это Россия была. Историю надо знать, господа.
Or?
Российская империя.
То есть наша задача вернуть всю территорию украинскую, да?
Я эту родину защищал при советской власти, 30 лет прослужил.
Shit, yeah, this one. He was in the Soviet army. He served in the Soviet army.
Вчера таких товарищей развел. Ждете, когда американцы припрут, что ли?
So fucking sad. That is so fucking sad. Also, I've saved Roman because he's talking about TikTok, and I was like, huh, why is he watching TikTok? What a loser. I gotta mock him. They either find home or die next winter. That too. It'll be less than 10%. That seems like it could be right. Ah, it could. So he's good at numbers. Nice. 30 million, yeah, doesn't seem surprising when it comes to USA numbers.
Причем больше всего в Калифорнии. В самом теплом
California.
Почему к нам иностранцы не
The warmest state.
Как не приезжают? У нас полно иностранцев.
Я имею в виду из Америки, вот из Европы.
Из Америки, так американское правительство им запретило к нам приезжать.
Really?
Конечно. Я же в новостях это слышал. У них рекомендация: бегите с Украины и из России. Они боятся, что начнется ядерная война, они здесь погибнут. А американцы уже бомбили ядерными бомбами. Японию бомбили. Что думаете, у них рука дрогнет? Да ни хрена.
Вот могли бы рекомендовать
Okay, fair.
сюда переехать?
Ну да, я знаю много иностранцев, которые приехали из своих стран и им нравится в Москве. Я думаю, да.
Ну, вот американцев какие-нибудь, европейцев, знаете?
Ну, я думаю, просто хотя бы попробовать на полгода, на год. А то, может, как им понравится. Мне кажется, да, может быть.
I mean, a big city is still a big city, right?
Могли бы порекомендовать там американцам или европейцам, наоборот, в Россию переехать?
Ну да, пусть они приезжают.
У нас очень интересная страна, у нас большая интересная культура и история, и образование
язык
тоже.
очень интересный.
Язык очень интересный, особенно для иностранцев. На самом деле здесь есть чему поучиться и что посмотреть.
Я до сих пор не могу понять, почему уровень жизни в России ниже, чем в Китае. Как в свое время мы все смеялись от Китая. Уж какой у них уровень жизни был. И на тебе. Теперь они, наверное,
Oh, that was sad. Oh, that was sad. Wait, that's the man. That's the man who got stuck here. That's the same man. That's the man whose daughter went to America to work. And she lives in a nice house and has a nice paying job, and she left him there. Oh, this is fucking sad, my man. This makes me sad. Why didn't she bring him with her? That's what our people do when they come to Germany. You know, they bring the families with them. You don't leave your old parents back in the shithole to try and survive on their pension. You bring them with you. What? God, that's just sad. Moscow? Yeah, it's Moscow. It's Moscow. It's Moscow, and then they go to another city. I don't know which one. and then they go to a rural area. This is the rural area part. I don't know when they switch from Moscow to something else though. But yeah. Culture. Hey, you know what I've learned about Russia? You know what I've realized? They use culture the same way we use nature. So when you ask a Croatian, hey, should I come to Croatia? They're going to be like, yeah, you should. Our nature is the best. We are such a natural country. We have the best nature ever. And we don't have anything exceptional, really. It's just we like saying it to ourselves, I guess. We like saying it to ourselves that we have the cleanest water or the best forest or whatever the shit. And when it comes to Russian culture, I feel it's very much the same way. You know, they like saying to themselves that they have exceptional culture. They don't really. There's nothing exceptional about Russian culture at all. You moved to other country to get as far as possible from family? No, but then your old father stays in Russia. Look at him. No, he's sad. Now he's there and he's like, if only I had a kid who didn't run away like a coward without bringing me with her. But I'm sent here. They usually won't go anywhere where Russian is not a second language. Ah, that's too. Just kind of sad. It's saddening.
Смеемся.
World's biggest cargo plane. I'm so upset Russians destroyed it. Listen. If it makes you feel any better, Ukraine is destroying the world's second biggest military at the moment, so... Revenge, bitch. Kid is sending pictures from her beach house in Miami. Dude, it's fucking sad. Okay, yeah, this was Moscow and now they're going to Smolensk. It's fucking sad that he's stuck there, isn't it? Because at the start, you know how he opens the interview? I wouldn't trade... He doesn't even say I wouldn't. He says I didn't. I didn't trade Russia for America, even though my daughter has a good house there and a good job. I'm still here. And he's like, heh. And then he goes, yeah, no, Chinese are laughing at us because our living standards are shit. And we laugh at ourselves too. It's sad, my dude. It's fucking sad. Can't think of anything valuable I gained from it. I remember most negativity in it. I'm very, very happy you mentioned that because there's currently a big Twitter debate ongoing on Russian literature. It started because the woman, it's irrelevant, the start of it, but the woman who wrote Eat, Pray, Love, she wanted to write a book on Soviet Union in which the main protagonist was a family of Russians. And then Ukrainians were like, are you sure you want to be writing books centering Russians while Russia is doing a genocide? Are you sure this is smart? And then she was like, maybe not. So she postponed publishing the book, and then Ukrainians were happy. And then Americans called it censorship, so they started crying about it. But my favorite part of the current ongoing fight surrounding it online is how many Americans will be like, well, actually, should we now ban Dostoevsky? Should we now ban Russian literature? Russian culture works? Should we ban all of it? Well, I don't think we should ban all of it because I've read all of it and I've actually learned some very valuable lessons. And then Ukrainians, who had to read so many of these throughout their ages of schooling, they go into the conversation like, oh, you read Dostoevsky, okay. What do you think about like these specific themes in his works? And the Americans can't answer. Because there's one thing I've learned. When Americans brag to you about reading Russian literature, you know why they brag to you about it? So they could point the number of pages to other Americans. They never look at context. They never look at culture context. They don't know anything. They will not be able to pinpoint you exactly when these writers have used themes like imperialism or Russian chauvinism in their works. They're not able to do it. The only reason why they brag about reading Dostoevsky is because everyone else is like, American read big book, American smart, many pages means many IQ. The whole thing. They can't do the simplest analysis. Like whatever you did, I know in Ukrainian schools, you read lots of Russian authors. I've read a lot about it in the last days. You read a lot of Russian authors, right? The most basic analysis you can do, that I assume any Ukrainian can do if you had like passing grades in your literature classes. The most basic, the most simple analysis you can do of these Russian writers most Westerners bragging to you about reading Russian literature, they can't do that. They cannot do half of that. So basically what I want to tell you is that you should be very confident about your level of knowledge, and don't get scared when a Westerner is like, I love Russian culture because I've read their works. Ask them a question. Ask them a single fucking question. Something that like you needed in your school to have a passing grade. Ask them that. They will not be able to answer you because they just suffered through these books. Most of them even didn't. I'm pretty sure many of them are just lying about reading these. But those who did read this, many of them just suffered through them in order to be having the bragging rights about reading long book with many pages, and that's it. Nothing else. They did nothing else with the fucking book in question. Jordan B. Peterson? Jordan B. Peterson is a smart person for stupid people, basically. I don't really have too good opinion of him. In Ukraine, often somebody goes to Poland to earn money, often for some time. Oh, it's like here. It's like here, we go to Germany. Or Slovenia. You go to Slovenia if you want to be closer. If you go to Slovenia, you usually return. If you go to Germany, then usually just like bring the rest of your family with you. Americans, they want to ban Marx. They would be happy to ban all Russian literature if they got to ban Marx. Oh, you think? I haven't seen many who want to ban Marx, to be honest. I personally am opposed to banning books. I would be opposed to banning them. How do I say this? Not only am I opposed to banning them, I hope people read them. I hope people read the shit. Because it feels like if you ban stuff like this, you enter into a situation where people think that the book is better than what it is. It's like with, I don't know how many of you existed in very, very weird parts of the internet when you were teenagers. I was in strongly left-wing parts of the internet as a teenager. Then I went to BuzzFeed parts of the internet. It was the time when they were into mansplaining, stuff like that. Then from that, I went straight to Ben Shapiro parts of the internet, which was Ben Shapiro mocking feminazis. And while I was there, there was this one opinion that was kind of prevalent, which was that Mein Kampf by Hitler is somehow a book worth reading. And there were so many people making comments like, oh yeah, it's why it got banned to not radicalize more people because the ideas in it are so complex and everything. It got me to actually read the book. I got the book, I read the book. The book is shit. The book is shit. You apply the tiniest amount of analytics to any of the themes he talks about, the book is shit. Just everything is shit. The idea of Aryan race in the first place is just shit. Nothing of it makes sense. The one takeaway I had from the book is that it was a shit book, and I'm very happy that I read through it because, I would have lived the rest of my life being like, oh, mysterious book. Must be very, very smart, and it isn't. And it's the same thing with, what's the documentary made by, was it Oliver Stone, the one on Ukraine, where he interviews Putin himself. And then he pretends what Putin is saying are not just lies. That one. People will also tell you that that one is banned. By the way, you can easily find it online. But people will tell you that it got banned because it was too based and it was uncovering lies said in the mainstream media. First of all, no, it's not banned. Second of all, it's a stupid documentary. Go and watch it. I truly, when it comes to stuff like that, I think banning them would be counterproductive. Because they're so stupid that anyone with like room temperature IQ would despise them after reading this. What? Called Ben Shapiro are not a Nazis? He is Zionist and conservative politic? What? Knet, can you rewrite that sentence? I don't know if you're using translator or what are you doing, but that kind of makes no sense. You called Ben Shapiro are not Nazis. Well, what are you talking about? Oliver Stone makes good movies, but that was propaganda. It's a shit movie. That's what I can tell you. It's a shit movie. I didn't even know how much of it is... what's the word? How much of it is just him representing Putin's words as truth. But most of that interview is just him being like, Putin said this, so yeah, I believe in it. The whole thing. He did no analysis, he did no research, he did no nothing. Since they forgot to include anyone from Europe till North India and Iran into Aryan race, since they actually are. They took like several, the part I remember was the one about this like bull species that they claimed was directly connected to the Aryan race because it was like superior in all kinds and whatever, and then it actually had nothing to do with like Aryan race, and it made no sense to include them in the Aryan race, but not include people from India. That is true. So it's like he basically goes through stuff he likes in the world and he attributes them to Aryan race, but he doesn't have the IQ to understand it. It's like me being like, oh yeah, Croatian race is superior to all the other races, you know? And this is why Croatian race has done some great things like these, and then I introduce you to stuff that Croatians had nothing to do with. Stuff that like other nations have made, other races have made, other ethnicities have made. But I introduce you to all of it as if it was made by us when it wasn't. That's what basically he's doing with Aryan race. The exactly same amount of brain power was used. So, who needs useful idiots when people find Hitler complex? Yeah, that too. It's like with Dugin too. Same idea with Dugin. Dugin is absolutely useless to listen to. I didn't call Ben Shapiro a Nazi. I did not call Ben Shapiro a Nazi. I don't know where you got that from, but I did not call Ben Shapiro a Nazi. Hitler, the same again with Dugin. Dugin also, he has the idea of, what's the word? Of multipolarity, unipolarity, we need to always go against USA. Also very stupid idea. A very stupid idea. It feels like he's also being represented as something way more complex than he actually is. So, I don't know. Overall, hate on all of them.
Как вы считаете,
Россия
— это хорошее место для жизни?
Блин, нет, я не могу, я не хочу. Я просто, во-первых, я не знаю, что говорить. Ну, не знаю, мне просто нравится страна, и все.
Наверное, об этом можно сказать, когда есть с чем сравнить. Мне, к сожалению, сравнить не с чем. Для меня, да, достаточно комфортно.
Oh, I love Damasia.
Разный уровень жизни, у нас вообще все
It's the
разное.
only place I've been.
У нас низкие цены, у нас низкие заработные платы. У них более высокие заработные платы, и если ты хорошо учишься, ты хороший специалист в своей области, мне кажется, что ты найдешь свое место, свою работу, тебе будет хорошо платить. Все зависит только от вас.
Я считаю, что Россия — это действительно хорошая страна, где
I understand it as much as I understand Slavic languages overall. So there's a lot of words they have similar to Croatian or Slovenian even more. I understand those. I can get the context basically, I can't get the specifics.
Свобода предпринимательской деятельности. Один из, наверное, самых глобальных плюсов, которые можно увидеть в нашей стране. Также бесплатная медицина, рекреация.
Yeah, they have proper healthcare, right? I never thought about healthcare, but I assume most of us just have normal healthcare here. Is like USA the only country which doesn't have proper healthcare? Like, are you the only major country which doesn't have? It's free but not proper. Oh. But hey, free medicine, it's something. It's something. Yeah, stuff like that I can understand, yeah. Stuff like that I can understand. I know it enough. The reason why I like pointing out that I can understand the context is because very often people will be like, hey, do you know Russian? And if you say no, then they're like, how do you know the translations are proper? So I like pointing out the fact that I can understand the context because I can know if the translations are bad, you know? Basically, like, I can understand it well enough to know if the translation is proper and well enough to understand context behind what they are saying. If I'm lucky, they will use words that I can directly connect to either like my language or Slovenian, and then I know more of the context, and that's always cool. That's always cool. Like recently, for example, a few times, but it was in Ukrainian specifically, I heard them say the word kum when referring to a friend, and I kind of like that because it kind of like brings a whole new layer of like understanding, right? It's like a whole new layer of it. But yeah, apart from that, I understand the context, so I can get the context. Free medicine paid for by taxes, yeah, but like still free. It's still free, right? You don't have to pay extra for it, which still means a lot to people who need medicine. Healthcare is much cheaper than in US, so probably US is the worst. Oh. Kum is a bit different. Yeah, we use kum here, but kum is like friend upgrade. I think you use it the same way we use it here. Kum is like usually, not always, it doesn't have to be, but usually it's a person who is going to like walk with you, like as a man, right? It's a man who will walk with you when you're having your wedding, and like he's going to be the one organizing most of the stuff and everything. And usually it's a title for like, I want to say like really, really as close of a friend as you can be. It's like genuinely an upgrade here. It's like you have friends, but then you have kum, and that is like close, extra close. Sometimes it's based on family relations. Sometimes it has nothing to do with family relations, and it's just like a really, really close friend. I don't know. I like the term. Like my mother, for example. My mother, she has kuma. Kuma is like a female version of kum, and they were neighbors when they were kids, basically. And her kuma was bringing was with her for her entire life, and she wasn't even there in like a religious ceremonies term. Usually it's used for religious ceremonies, but kuma is not. She didn't have religious upbringing in the same way my mother had it, so she didn't get a lot of the sacraments, so she wasn't allowed to be present to some of our family religious events. But, she still is considered to be the closest one for this, and I don't know. I think it's kind of wholesome, It's wholesome. It really is. I see it as friend upgrade. Friend like, but extra. So, seeing it spoken, it's like, oh, nice. I see the translation, and the translation is like friend, and I'm like, this needs to be like written in gold or something to denote the meaning properly. Egypt wants to BRICS to Russia. Egypt Prime Minister is now in Kyiv. Russia is attacking Kyiv in the same time. Guess they're sending love to their allies. Why would Egypt want to join BRICS? Why would anyone want to join BRICS now that I think about it? Why would anyone do that? Why the hell? Oh, you have a page for it. You have a page for it. Nice. Oh, nice. Yeah, but I've heard it used in casual for you too. I've heard it used in casual. What's nepotism? Why are they going into nepotism all of a sudden? Why are they going into nepotism? Damn. Oh, ties of nepotism. So the word was often used in terms of friend, comrade, pal. The verb pokumatia was once used in the sense of to make friends and to befriend. Makes sense. Kumstvo. You have a word for nepotism which is connected to it. Kumstvo. Okay, yeah, we have that too. Nice. You would help your kum to get into position. Yeah, I would. I would actually. It's a very warm word here, It's a very, very warm word. So we have a lot of, for example, songs for wedding parties and stuff like that, in which it's like partying with your kuma, depending on which side of the family you're singing about. But it's like a very, very, very warm word, and when you use it when referring to a friend, it's like this friend is. I don't know. We don't really use the best friend term. But I think it could be explained in that way, you know, like when you're young, before you've had, you know, before you've still have taken part in any sort of religious events which required you to choose a godfather for your child or a best man for your wedding. Before that, you will usually just use cum to refer to your best friend because, you know, in the future, it is assumed he is going to be the one taking these positions at your religious events. So it's like a very, very warm word, really. Medvedchuk was Putin's goal? Aha! So that's why he traded a bunch of Azov people for him. Well, good for us. Sucks for him. If your cum is high-level judge or politician, your life is successful. Yeah, that's too. That too. Mine isn't, so.
В разных городах у нас. Мне все нравится, устраивает.
Я часто общаюсь с молодыми ребятами, и они вот говорят, что у них такие, знаете, амбиции переехать там в Европу, в Штаты. Говорят, что здесь у них там перспектив меньше. Вот как вы к этому вообще относитесь?
Мне кажется, куда бы ты ни пытался переехать, какие бы ни искал перспективы, везде они будут одинаковые. Везде надо где-то будет вкалывать, чему-то учиться и что-то достигать новое.
Я думаю, что большая часть людей спровоцировала изначально спецоперация, ну, как мне кажется, многих, может быть.
Ну, мне кажется, что мои сверстники, они обмануты, потому что в Европе, в Америке, даже если ты получишь высшее образование, то ты там просто никому не нужен будешь. Там нету ни родственников, ни друзей, никто тебя банально не поддержит.
Я считаю то, что ребята неправы, ребята дураки. Я не знаю, пацаны, вы просто работаете. Вы сидите, ни хрена не делаете, только критикуете нашу страну. Хотите чего-то добиться, работайте.
Some of these are based opinions, so unironically.
У нас прекрасные вузы в Москве, ну, в Смоленске, в любых других крупных городах. Кто вам запрещает это делать? А если вы будете вечно жаловаться и кричать, какая наша страна плохая, ничего не поменяется.
Какие недостатки есть?
Like some of these are based opinions. Some of these are based. It's like we here too also have people who are like, oh, if only like I went to Germany. Germany needs a lot of workers. If I went to Sweden needs a lot of workers in like these very specific fields. So if I was living in a country like that, I would be happy and I would have a good job and I would be having a lot of money. And then they go to these countries. That's my favorite thing about European Union, is it opened up a window for these people to leave. So what happens is they leave and they come to Germany and they learn that in Germany you also must work. And then they come back home. So I guess if he is coming from that position, like I see it, people who are not working will always be complaining about how hard it is to be here and how tiny the chances are here. But the thing is, many of them would be useless in any other state too. They just don't know it because it's easier to just complain. IKEA, and even after that, they don't have any shops because they absolutely do not do corruption. And without corruption, you would not achieve anything. I mean, in shops, though, it would be hard to be corrupt. In shops, I do assume it would be hard. Because it would create a lot of losses. If I didn't know what other sort of corruption you could do having a store like IKEA that would not cause losses to the store itself. Let's see their reaction when they receive a summons to war. Corruption from your side. Okay. Because it's like, you know, of course, IKEA doesn't want to deal with corruption because as a market. Oh, but that's normal, right? Pay for land, pay for not disturbing about taxes and fire safety. Oh, so like the what's the word? Checkups? No, there's a specific word for this. Inspections, right? For these, do they send you more inspections if you don't pay them? I could see that. It would make sense. I don't know how the system is set up, actually, now that I think about it. We have started, I assume you want to enter European Union, you also have to start working on it properly. We are now currently in a situation where we have invested a lot of money in having proper inspections coming to stores, and it's actually kind of good. It's kind of good, to be honest. Hey, Yoveda. We have its competitor who was opening a store next to IKEA, but cheaper, and made louder advertising. Okay. You still set your store on fire and claim Ukraine did it and collect insurance. Easy. You claim Ukraine did it, like the whole country. You don't get anything if like stuff gets stolen from you. When it comes to fire, I think it depends, but even then they would be like, oh, a lot of produce are missing. Why is so much produce missing? And plus you also have to pay to get what's the word? Fire safety regulations. So that might be interesting. You will have to pay to get the store in order in the first place, and then it's in your interest to kind of not burn it down. I actually had to do a test on this yesterday on fire safety regulations. There's a lot of shit an average store must have inside to lessen the amount of risk of fire. There's a lot of it. You would have to invest a lot in order to open a store in the first place. Which is good. We should be expecting stores to have these. I had no idea it improved so much, because years ago we really weren't as strict with observing all the responsibilities as we are now. I think it's the direct result of European Union just forcing us to be better. Gledamo, ne znam šta gledamo zapravo. Gledamo intervju sa Rusima.
Когда живешь в России?
Недостатков нет такой страны, где бы не было недостатков. Это первое. Во-вторых, народ хороший. Конечно, после войны он был лучше намного, добрее. Сейчас многое изменилось. Но все равно в общей массе народ классный.
You know what changed? I know what changed. Everyone who was kind, they escaped. Everyone who had any normal part inside them is right now in Georgia.
А насчет улучшения жизни, это все будет внедряться постепенно. Ну, с годами, да, здесь станет еще лучше, чем есть сейчас.
В советское время, я думаю, да, было намного получше, наверное. Но опять-таки я вспоминаю свое детство. Но, как сказать, сейчас тоже медицина не отстает. И вакцины наши в период пандемии тоже пользовались спросом.
Hey, that is true. Again, like when it comes to vaccines, I don't know if you guys remember, but we watched that one video in which the question he posed was, what's a big thing Russia made in the last few decades? And no one mentions vaccines. Why did no one mention vaccines? They were all like, oh, well, we did nothing. Oh, we did nothing. Or they like lied about pensions getting better or something. No one mentioned vaccines. Why did they not mention the vaccine? Because it really was in demand during the pandemic. So we did see it as like a useful vaccine that they had. So I don't know. What? We are now witnessing NATO-supplied anti-air systems operated by Ukrainians, protecting visiting African leaders from a possibly deadly bombardment by Russian missiles. I guess what's happening in the sky of Kyiv right now is clearly showing how relevant and realistic all those peace initiatives and attempts to find a middle ground solution for everyone's good are. What? Is this idiot? Is that idiot launching rockets at possible allies? My idiot is launching rockets at possible allies. I don't even know if he's allied with the Egyptians. I don't know how close they are to him. But that idiot.
Но я думаю, что раньше
What is he even trying to do with that?
во времена СССР, в советское время, мне кажется, было половчей.
От меня ничего не зависит. Так же, как от силы народа. А что тут менять? Ну, во-первых, вот, пожалуйста. Хотя бы с пенсиями. Давайте изменим. Кто вам изменит?
Many officials, yeah, but like allies?
Я бы, наверное, больше внимания уделял городам, которые сейчас умирают, грубо говоря.
Which ones?
Такие как Норильск, там, Волгоград, возможно. Но Волгоград не так быстро умирает, как Норильск. Я бы пытался кидать туда силы, возрождать эти города заново. Старые красивые города.
What's happening to them?
Добавила
People
бы
moving out?
чуть-чуть образованности и тактичности людям. Немного. Россия на несколько столетий, на несколько десятилетий выпадала из международной жизни, поэтому некоторое отставание есть. Ну, в чем-то нам
Just
стоит
fire when we
поменять
have a
свои
new
взгляды,
delivery and don't really
изменить
care.
консервативную политику, но, пожалуй, кардинально не стоит это
That
делать,
makes
потому
sense.
что всё-таки нужно
Ivan, we got new rockets. Let's fire them at Kiev.
Вы бы
But
вообще
hey,
порекомендовали
there's
переехать?
our allies in Kiev. Are you really sure we wanna fire at them? What if we kill them? And what if then Egypt doesn't want to go into BRICS? It doesn't want to have economic cooperation with Russia, and as a result, our situation suffers even more. Ivan, too much thinking. Fire rocket. Rocket here, you fire. If you mess with us and betray us, then you're next. I mean, but surely. Surely. That's something that you could do if you actually had a powerful military. I'd like, do they think in Egypt the amount of Russian propaganda is equal as it is in Russia? Because I'm pretty sure, like, if you were a person visiting, you know, and you see Russians are firing fucking rockets at you to try to threaten you as their potential ally, and then you go check the news, and the news is like, Russians firing at humanitarian workers, destroying the fucking dam, using scorched earth tactics. But at the same time, having a shit fucking army, having Prigozhin and Kadyrov and Shoigu basically beating each other up every once in a while, wouldn't you be like, Wonder to not fire will reach them only at evening. Okay, yeah, that too. Not like they got info when officials visited Kiev. Oh, that's too. Smart, nice, smart. They didn't know. They couldn't have known about this. True.
Жить в России навсегда.
Я бы не порекомендовал, потому что родная страна — это всегда родная страна. Здесь
He's gonna end up like the old man from the start of the video. This is sad.
Их не выпустят сюда. Сюда их не впускают по их паспорту. Уже со своими документами они сюда не приедут. Им внушили, что у них хорошая жизнь, вот они и не приезжают.
Замерзли, да?
Those two make no sense. It's like they can't come, but they're also convinced that their life is better, so they don't come. That makes no sense. Either they can't come or they don't want to come. Having both at the same time is kind of not really too. Ukrainian Nazis bombing Kiev. Oh yeah, I hear, you know, Azov itself fired rockets right now at Egyptians in Kiev. I heard it from very trustful sources. What's the name of that one? Wargonzo? That one. Wagner guy hates Shoigu. Yeah, Shoigu is rather not really unable to do stuff. The tragic thing is that if Shoigu actually managed to... not a tragic thing for us, tragic thing for Russia, is that if Shoigu actually managed to get all the PMCs under his control, he might have actually had a chance to do something. But he doesn't really. There's way too many PMCs, way too much corruption happening between them. So they don't work together. And because they don't work together, you can't do anything properly. Gherkin did a good overview of this, of why Russia can't even do mobilization properly, because there's so many different PMCs around in Russia, so many different groups. So you can't even do mobilization well, because people know that they have a choice, basically. Like, oh, I'm getting mobilized into Russian military, and it's kind of shit, and it's not really giving me good equipment. Do I just want to go to Wagner? Because Wagner is going to release me in 6 months. So it makes more sense to go with Wagner than it would be to go to Shoigu, because Shoigu is going to keep you in the war for as long as Shoigu wants to. Whereas Wagner, you sign a contract and they have to release you. Of course, there have been suspicious things about these contracts being signed and everything. But I'm not really sure how much an average Russian knows about this in the first place. In addition to South African president, the following presidents are visiting Kiev. Zambia, Senegal, shit! Comoros Islands, whose president heads African Union, Prime Minister of Egypt, and the Ugandan Foreign Ministry. Tomorrow, the delegation plans to go to St. Petersburg for a meeting with Putin after his rocket strikes on them. Shit. Oh, shit. Great. Oh, how lovely is this? You have your idiots shooting rockets at possible collaborators. And then a day later, they go to St. Petersburg to listen to you cry about how your country is having record low unemployment rate and no workers in it. What's he going to do? Ask them to send him workers? What solution does he have? He has nothing. Oh, that is going to be disgusting. Oh, man. There are a lot of good people in this country. This is a nonsensical phrase that as it can refer to any country and is used when there is absolutely no merit in their state. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, 100%. It reminds me of, we had this conversation with Slav, actually, with one of our chatters, when we were talking about Serbia. And the way Serbia as a country is, moving closer towards Russia. And he made a claim, which was that he knows a lot of Serbians, and they are, they're okay people. But, like, okay people means nothing. Most people you meet are going to be okay, you know? It means nothing. Most people you meet, especially if you meet them on a casual basis, like, it means nothing that you think they're okay. You could go and meet a person from Russia right now, even if it's a Russian liberal, even if it's a Russian who supports Putin, you could probably have like a casual conversation with them, and they're going to seem normal and they're going to seem okay. It's not like, people who believe in imperialism or people who believe that Ukraine should be genocided because it doesn't exist as a nation or whatever. It's not like, they're the type to be loudly professing these opinions in the first place. So I very, very much doubt that, saying, oh yeah, most people, they are good. I very much doubt it makes any sort of sense. It's a very broad, useless way of saying it.
What an embarrassing message.
Was that necessary?
Сложный вопрос.
Деда,
А?
ничего не говори. Показал документы, что он снимает?
Oh, I love it.
Кому чего расскажешь, а потом придут.
Ага, ага.
Что ли?
Tell him.
Пока мы еще в тупике живем, это будет.
Ну ладно, извините.
Считаете ли вы Россию страной, пригодной для жизни вообще?
Да, считаю, конечно.
He was like, yeah.
На Кобер вернут меня.
Считаю.
Ну вот вы прожили.
Сын у меня служил в Чечне. Вот против этого это я. Прям скажу. Живой вернулся, только это.
Yeah, cool, I don't care.
То есть психика, да?
Угу. Правительство у нас было, тогда Горбачев был. Когда сын у меня...
Why is that one dude losing his mind off camera?
Вот в чем дело. Сейчас у нас правительство другое, вообще-то.
Ну, а наше сейчас, нынешнее правительство, как считаете, правильно поступает?
Знаете что? Лучше молчать.
Is he okay? There is a cat. There is a cat.
Ну, чего интересного там мог бы увидеть здесь, если бы сюда приехал иностранец, например? Что бы ему здесь понравилось, может быть? Мог бы он тут жить вообще?
Ты же молодой, посмотри как. Ну, посмотри.
Aww.
Что тут может понравиться? Ну, посмотри.
Oh yeah, I think it was this village though.
Конечно, раз уж живем-то. Что-то Америка, что ли, приводная?
Was he in this village previously while it had snow?
Да, лучше, но если сельское хозяйство еще поддерживали, молодежь, то вообще было конкретно нормально.
Плюсы, хорошо живем, все есть, пенсии есть, работа есть.
Aww.
Что еще могу сказать?
Просто я сейчас только что ходил, спрашивал мнение, говорили, что работы нет здесь вообще.
А, работы? У нас? У меня, например, сын фермер, еще работает там, Еласов.
Снуха тоже работает в совете.
Aww.
У всех работа есть, кто хочет.
Мы нигде не были. Плюсы-минусы как определять?
Aww.
Вы идите к
It really reminds me of Serbia, though.
спрашиваете, где плюс, а где минус.
Газ, соляр, блядь, топливо дорогое, блядь. Вот это минус охуенно. Куда нахуй? Такие цены. А ведь?
Раньше в СССР соляра стояла бочками около оврага. Любой тракторист приезжал, накачал сколько ему надо и ехал куда ему надо. Все. 5 копеек бензин стоил.
Да, я люблю Путина, уважаю.
Nice.
Ну что, если мне могут дать много денег, что делать? Терпим, живем, картошку едим.
Горбачева эти все убить надо. Сельское хозяйство все пропили. Колхозы пропили. Сейчас существуем кое-как.
Вот у меня ярославская прописка,
Aww.
а больницу зубной не принимает. Такое обслуживание. А
We
сама
do, it's
медиком
English.
была всю жизнь. Медсестрой проработала. С того света вытаскивала детей маленьких, недоношенных. А ко мне отношение какое?
По сравнению там с прошлой жизнью, стали ли мы лучше жить вообще?
Нет, не лучше. Нет, не лучше.
Aww.
Жизнь вообще другая была.
Ну все для народа получается.
Да,
Сейчас.
а сейчас все для себя. Любому врачу зайди. Ты еще не
No, it reminds me of like old people in Serbia.
Говорят, что сейчас и медицина стала доступнее, и бесплатно.
It's very similar to that, I think.
Стало доступнее. Я на себе испытал.
Минусы, что могу выделить? Госуслуги сделали.
It's different, you know, it's different feeling, because overall I don't have good feelings in the nation itself, fuck them, right? But, I don't know, bro, when it comes to people from, like, the poor republics, it's just kind of sad, isn't it? It's just fucking sad. Chuvash, I was trying to remember where they are from. It's just a sad little thing. The Republic is shit. A lot of their people are being sent over. No, wait, the other one was from Chuvash. Like, right, the other video we saw was from Chuvash Republic. A lot of the people, I don't really think have a choice when they are in the republics. I don't even think they have a chance to do Balkanization, because I'm pretty sure when Putin cries about a lack of workers in Russia, he's crying about a lack of workers in the republics. I very much doubt he's crying about a lack of workers in Moscow or St. Petersburg. They haven't sent anyone to die in the war. They're okay. You know, they have enough people there to go and what? Do you people have a term for, like, cooling down your balls as, like, not doing anything useful? Because that's basically what people in big cities do, right? And then you have people in the republics who are the ones who are making the country go. Which is why, you know, when Siberia talks about separatism, Siberia often talks about separatism in a way to point out that they don't want to be feeding Moscow anymore. They don't want to be taking care of Moscow anymore because they're sick and tired of working for Moscow, and then Moscow never taking care of them. So it feels kind of bad. I don't know, it makes me feel horrible for these people. When it comes to Moscows, I don't really care about him. The Moscows are just pieces of shit, and they're complicit, and they're GG with everything that's going on, and, you know, they can rot there. But when it comes to people in small villages, especially in these republics, it's like, I don't know. It's a much sadder situation, I think. It's much sadder, you know? See, it doesn't really... Like, it reminds me of one of the comments on the last village video he had. I'm not sure which one it was. It's the one where he goes, it kind of looks very much like that lady's house, which they showed previously. That one. It looks like that. And how they commented someone that like in so many old people's houses, what you have is there's going to be a TV and there's going to be Russia One playing on TV. So Solovyev and the rest of propagandists, right? And that's the only thing they have. They don't really have internet, these people. They don't really, wanting to use it in the first place. What they have is this like little shitty house and then tiny little pensions and just TV with Russian propaganda. And that's it. It is very much sad. Separatism? Oh, I don't know. I'm not really a big separatism supporter. No, it's not that I'm not a supporter. I don't think it's realistic. I don't think it's realistic, and I don't think it offers any benefits to anyone. Who's taking power when Putin dies? Yeah, I've got no idea. Some equal piece of shit, definitely. I don't really think they have anyone different in a way that would matter. There's guesses, but I haven't seen any guesses that I particularly care about, to be completely honest.
Говорят, что поддерживаем, а толку нету.
See, his son is involved.
А что, чё? Мы привыкли в нищете жить.
Нищете?
Ну, скромно, если грубо выражаясь. Скромно.
Poverty, modesty.
Самое главное, запомни в жизни. Руки целы, ноги целы, голова на месте. Все. Остальное. Ну, а что нам надо? Хлеб есть?
Oh, there's not gonna be a revolution.
Сахар есть. Масло есть.
I have zero trust in the ability of Russians to do a revolution.
Нет заработка здесь.
Безработица, да?
Безработица, да.
Just zero trust,
Безнадёжность.
truly. Oh, is that a tank? Yeah, I like Serbia. This reminds me of Serbia. We used to have a village, like looking very similar to this street. This one. But it's fixed now. It was a village that was really, really destroyed during the war. And my relatives had like a house there, which is why I remember the street. But it's better now, so. Kind of makes me sad that they're having these types of things without having been in a war. Ex-head of foreign affairs of Austria thinking of getting Russian citizenship. Yeah, he can. As if they don't have enough pieces of shit there, they need to get more. That's okay. Old corrupt shits. Just, yeah, that actually, I could support it. I could support it. If you have some shit corrupt politicians, send them off to Russia. Just send them off. Go and start. Try putting the idea in their head. Maybe that's what I should be doing. I'm going to be commenting on whatever my politicians post with, like, hey guys, did you know that in Russia corruption is okay? Hey guys, did you know that in Russia corruption is like a part of culture? I'm just saying. I'm not saying you have to go there. I'm just saying. If the West could try to do business with Russia in a way that would shift the power away from Moscow, I have seen, but it's interesting, I've seen people talking about the possibility of Balkanization and the West supporting it, and then like the West working with countries that arise as a result of this Balkanization. I'm not really sure. I think I'm not really coming from a proper position on this, because I don't trust working with Russia. You know what I mean? I don't really know if I trust working with Russia. I don't really know if I want to remove the sanctions anytime soon. So after Balkanization, maybe, but before Balkanization, to try and shift the power, I don't know if it could work. Do you believe in the idea that Russians are slave people who need a dictator? No. I don't believe. I don't believe. How do I say this? I believe their culture is shit when it comes to that. I believe Russian culture is shit. I believe Russian national identity is based in large part around the idea that they need an empire, basically. Which does mean that they need a strong leader to be ruling over it. I am against that, and I do believe that a large part of the culture is crap, but I don't believe they as people are very much different from others. You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't believe that they would be unable to gain freedom if they wanted it. I just don't think they want it because their culture isn't really too appreciative of individual freedoms, of democracy and stuff like that. So yeah, I just think it'll happen anyway. Yeah, you're probably correct on that. But no, I don't believe, like, the whole thing with, you know, Russian slave mindset and everything like that, I don't buy into it. No, not at all. This army is truly invincible. Just look at how beautifully they step. Nothing like cringe woke America until 2022, though many still remain fooled to this day. Why USA and European Union are afraid of China? In China, men are men, women are women, and they are both disciplined. Fucking cringe. Leftist oppositions, but these ideas, yeah, it's because it's a part of the culture. So Russian, there was a scandal of Kyiv city authorities wasting a giant amount of money procuring toy drums so that kids could play and have fun during attacks. Really? Oh, I love you people. You're corrupt, but like in the funniest way possible. Because it's a part of Russian culture itself. Russian left-wingers, Russian right-wingers, Russian progressives, Russian conservatives, they all push for the idea of having a authoritarian leader. They all support the same exact thing. Which is why when you look at Russian opposition, for example, when you look at their liberals, they're the same exact thing as Russian right-wingers. It's because it's in Russian culture itself, not in their... The parts of the political aisle don't mean that these people are separate from the Russian identity itself, which is strongly based in imperialism. Oh yeah, President of the South African Republic, together with President of Zambia, Comoro Islands and Senegal, arrived to Kyiv today with a mission of African countries to resolve the military conflict with Russia. The delegation is expected to head to St. Petersburg on Saturday to meet with Putin. What will they tell him in the subject of today's rocket strike on Kyiv? Someone saw the order and posted it. Did an investigation, raised the public awareness. So those responsible at least will stop doing that, or will do it even more creatively. Yeah, I do support that. Like, there's this sort of a disconnection, I think, in between how we comment on corruption and how it really plays out. Because we get news about Ukrainian corruption scandals, for example, and immediately people's reactions are like, oh, look, Ukraine is so corrupt as a country, Ukraine is so corrupt as a country, we shouldn't be giving the money. But what I think matters really in that conversation is the fact that the corruption scandal has been uncovered. That's a big thing. To be fair, like for most of our shit countries, it would not be uncovered. If something like that were to happen in Croatia, no one would know. We would just never get the information on this because they would cover it up. The fact it became public, the fact it became a scandal in the first place, I think is a great sign of where Ukraine is moving when it comes to this. Remote demining of fields? What, you can do it remotely? Nice. What? That can be done? How? Centuries of subjugation has created an environment where the subservient survive, which results in Darwinism, where those who have a more subservient nature survive. Hey, you know what's my thing with that? I don't think they are subservient. I think they're just lazy. I don't believe they are subservient. Because if we talk about like subservient Darwinism, right, I would... First off, like, it would be interesting to figure out how it works in the brain and what sort of your mind would need to evolve for that. But I think the problem raised in that would be the fact that they are specifically subservient to the idea of having a ruler, but not subservient in other areas of their life. And that is what to me would be like, how do you choose? How do you pick and choose? Which part do you like follow the rules on and which part do you not? Wouldn't it also make you avoid stuff like corruption, for example? Wouldn't it make you also fall in line with laws of the country if there was a possibility for you to evolve to be such a way? I feel like there would need to be like I don't even know like if it would be possible to like evolve it in that sort of a way. But like for you to be mentally by evolution subservient, it feels like there would need to be something against you breaking the rules, right? Which, first of all, I don't know if it's possible to switch it up in a brain. And second of all, I feel like you would be unable to break any rules, in which case I feel like they would not be having as much corruption as they have. Just like the fact that so many of their people are able to, I don't know, escape the country when demobilization is happening, for example. The fact that so many of their people were talking about breaking their legs so they don't have to go to the military. Stuff like that, to me, it's like, you know, you're able to rebel. You're just rebelling against stuff you want to be rebelling against, which happen to be stuff that keeps your fucking country primitive. It's not like you're rebelling against stuff that actually, you know, would create a change. It's like with Navalny's team, how they're complaining about corruption in Russian ranks, but they're not complaining about Russia doing a fucking invasion. Because they're okay with the invasion. They just want to do it more efficiently without losing as much money as they're losing, you know? It's like that. It's like you're able to rebel. You're able to rebel, aren't you? You just don't want to do it for this specific thing. You do it for other things. It's, I don't know, like in my eyes, I just see their culture as trash culture, to be honest. I see it as very similar to Serbian culture, which I also see as trash culture. Basically bombing mines, based it, as long as it saves a bunch of lives, I'm happy. State of Russia has always oppressed people and concluded the Russians are not free people and they cannot live without an authoritarian leader. Such an opinion literally blames the people instead of the state and devalues the problem of authoritarianism in Russia. Now, there's like two... how to comment on this? While I do disagree with the idea that Russians are not a free people and they can't live without an authoritarian leader, at the same time, I do personally literally blame the people. I do literally blame the people. I don't blame them in a way to say that they have evolved to be slave people, but I do blame them in the way that I believe they are a free people and they choose to be complicit. I think it's their choice. And I don't think it's a choice made because they are naturally slave people. I believe it's a choice made because of their trash culture. That's how I'm seeing it. It's a trashy little culture. It's the culture which values imperialism, a culture which values the ideas of, you know, historical ownership of foreign lands, stuff like that. It's a culture like that. So you're willing to send your kids to be killed because it's for the land that you take. It's for the empire, so the empire could be rebuilt. And that's what we want, don't we? Because we want to be one of the most powerful nations in the world. You send your kids to die for Russia because, oh, we have the second best military in the world. How would we have the second best military in the world if we didn't have anyone willing to fight for it? So we need to get more people. We need to get more kids. We need to get more soldiers. So we all send our men there because that is how you get the second best military. Even though you don't have it, you have a shit one. But it's the illusion of the empire, I think, that's keeping the people going. And I think they choose to play into it. I think at this point, they are choosing to play into it, especially when it comes to people in the cities. When we talk about villagers, for example, the reason why I feel horrible about the villagers is because I believe a lot of villagers are in... this man is from Moscow, but I believe a lot of them are in this situation, basically. So his daughter has left. She left for America, right? He's there, and that's it. And it doesn't matter if you're happy or not being here, because you're here. What else are you gonna do? It's not like you're gonna move away. It's not like you're going to leave. So you're here and you're stuck here. And then especially if you live in a village, you can't even know. Like what? Where do you get the information? What's happening? You don't. So the illusion of the empire is there and it stays there. And what else can you do but support it? What else do you have a choice to do, especially with all the propaganda being around, with, you know, Solovyev constantly telling you that people are dying for their country and this is a great thing and stuff like that. You don't really have a choice. When it comes to city people, though, I absolutely would not put them in the same group. I think they're more than free. They just choose to support what's going on. They live under the same delusion of the empire as everyone else, but they choose to actually uphold it. It's their own thing. Because they do have access to information. They do have access to news. They do have access to internet. They just refuse to do any sort of proper analysis. Explosion thundered in one of the districts, reported by local authorities. As the mayor of the city, Klitschko, specified, an explosion thundered in Podolsky district. The city is under attack. Shit. I do wonder how this is going to be presented tomorrow. I do wonder about it. Wait, which one is this? Danilov? No. If the world had reacted in time to Hitler's attack on Poland in 1939, there would not have been more than 20 million victims of the Second World War. Based. I said that Ukraine will never sit down at the negotiating table with the murderer of more than 500 Ukrainian children, and that we, in turn, are indignant. What the fuck does that mean? And misunderstanding how other countries can communicate with a war criminal. To which the journalist objected to me that the continuation of the war would lead to even greater casualties. But the main thing is that we should take into account the threat of Putin's use of nuclear weapons. Who was the journalist? Who was the journalist? How did he get someone stupid like that even close to him? Holy shit. As a result of such logical reasoning, the journalist pointed out, in his opinion, the obvious thing, the need to find a compromise. Who the fuck allows journalists to speak about this? Journalists should be silenced. If you are a journalist, the only opinion you should be allowed to have is, I don't know, this is a good answer, I'm gonna publish it, this is a bad one, I'm not gonna publish it, that's it. Shut the fuck up on everything else. Who allows them to share their opinion? That is not an analysis. Like, that was such a stupid thing. The whole thing with the threat of use of nuclear weapons, continuation of the war would lead to greater casualties. Who the fuck allows journalists to speak? Go do your filming and shut the fuck up. You're not supposed to talk about stuff. The adults in the room are supposed to be answering. Fundamental human selfishness can't be uprooted, so Russians prioritize themselves first and subservience second, and morals somewhere much further down the list. Oh, I see that. I see that. I think for me it's, you know how I see it? It's because I was reading a lot about the nature versus nurture in human psychology years ago, and I kind of think that most people are just relatively bland. And I believe a lot of what you are is formed by the environment you grew up in. It's like, how was that message in chat? Like, oh, many people of this nation are good means nothing. It's like that. Most people you will meet are like good. Very rarely will you meet anyone who's actually evil. Very rarely will you meet anyone who's like actually properly fucked up. Most people you will meet are just like normal people, you know. You fall down on the street, they would probably help you, stuff like that. Most people you meet are normal. But I believe their culture is then what shapes them in specific directions. So like, you know, the Russian culture of empire, the Russian culture of delusions of grandeur, I believe that shapes their opinion a lot. And in that way, I don't necessarily think that Russians themselves have in a way evolved to be slave people. I believe it's what the culture is attempting to turn them into. I believe they could move away from it. I believe they just don't do it because of the way the culture is set up. And then you have the thing with how much could we expect a nation to move away from its own culture? Which I believe we should have these expectations. I believe there are some young people in Russia who have shown to be very observant and able to figure out what sort of a situation they're dealing with. And because of this, I believe we should be having proper expectations out of them. I believe we should be, judging them in a way for being complicit. Western media, by the way, needs to be made illegal. Also, that's what I'm reminded of right now. Have you seen that one Western media report? Holy shit. How do I find this? It's on the book drama situation. Eat, Pray, Love. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I found it. So when the woman who wrote Eat, Pray, Love, when she cancelled her next book from being published because it's, it centers Russians, and right now Russia is doing a genocide, so you don't really want to be writing books about them. LitHub made a article on how the evil Ukrainians have bullied this woman into not publishing the book. And my favorite part about the article is this, because they go, there are people purporting to be Ukrainian, suspicious, on Goodreads, suspicious. By the way, my phone's ringing. I'm gonna play you this video, just give me a sec.
Алло. Это майор Кацапенко. Ваш сын героически погиб как собака на Украине.
Hey, you're back.
Ой, простите, произошла ошибка. Ваш сын жив. Умер сын вашего соседа.
Oh, I turned off the titles. No, they're auto-generated in Russian. He didn't put translation on this one. He didn't put translation on this one. He always puts translations. They should be made illegal. I feel cheated. I feel cheated. I feel cheated. I thought I would have English. Fuck. Now I was interested in that one. Now I want to see it. I recently got a few of his videos in recommended, but I wasn't really watching him before this. Seems quite good though. Seems quite good. I'm not sure where he is from or anything. I just know he's quite funny. Euros. Europores.
Итак, вы признаетесь
See, he
виновным
has
в умышленном
English
убийстве
usually.
молодой женщины и прекрасной матери, а также десятка других жертв, и приговариваетесь к пожизненному заключению в колонии строгого режима. Папа? Ах ты ублюдок, где тебе в тюрьме до скончания веков. Россия самая великая. Божечки, Европа замерзает. Как хорошо, что я живу в России. А мы находимся на станции и встречаем наших героев, которые смогли вернуться живыми с Украины. Какого? Расскажите, какую задачу вы выполняли? Грабил, убивал и насиловал. О мой бог, вы же пример для молодого поколения. И сейчас, когда вы отдали долг родине и обрели свободу, чем вы собираетесь заняться? Да есть небольшое дельце. Папа?
Bro. Oh shit. Oh, I have not seen this one. I don't know if he has translations on his older videos. No, he doesn't do translations on compilations, I guess, right? That's what it seems to be. Yeah, I guess he just does translations on individual ones.
Еще чуток потерпеть и заживем. Россия будет свободной! Ах, проклятые партизаны! Ну ничего, Страна терпит, и я потерплю.
What the fuck was that supposed to be? I wish he had. I'll have to figure out how to do translate. Oh shit! No, how to do translations? Is this the one with cooking? Oh shit! Yeah, that's the one with cooking.
Вперед, син, защищай родину.
Or?
Яку ще родину, жінко? Це українська земля. 8. Що? Лет. Ох ти ж, блядь. 8 лет дамбили бомбас, как вам не стидно? Це ж ваш син, не робіть цього. Заткнись, фашист. Мама, мені страшно. Я растила мужика, а не тряпку. Горжусь. Будь ти проклят! Мой сын! У меня же еще 2 сына есть.
Bro! But yeah, I've seen that one, I think. I've seen that one when there was like, there was a group of soldiers leaving. I was thinking you sent this one, but it's a different one. The one on
Мой
soup.
муж не выходил на связь больше месяца.
Is it
С ним
this
все
one?
в порядке? Нет. Он в безопасности? Нет. Как же так? Он хотя бы в тепле? Нет. Сытый? Нет. Он хоть жив вообще? Нет. Как же так? Он умер как герой? Нет. А выплаты будут? Да. Правда? Нет. Вы хоть что-нибудь?
Нет.
Знаете что? Мелкого тоже заберите.
Fuck, I don't know which one I'm looking for. There's one of them that I remember, and I don't know which one it is.
Здравствуйте. В годовщину
No, it
СВО
wasn't
мы
this
проводим
one either.
опрос.
А
Что вы
fuck 'em.
скажете о ситуации? Да что тут говорить? Бомбить эту проклятую Украину с ракетами. Стирать к чертовой матери города с лица земли. Да. То есть все то, что мы сделали с Мариуполем и... Молодой человек, что за глупости? Да это украинцы сами себя обстреливали. Да, мы стреляли исключительно по военным объектам. Поймите, все нам завидуют и хотят захватить. Ох, не трожь мои ресурсы, подлец! Ну хорошо, а как вы относитесь к самим украинцам? А что с ними? Пытать их надо, на***вать их, истребить их всех к чертовой матери. То есть все то, что мы сделали в Буче и... Ну опять вы за свое. Буча — это постановка. Да, мы что, по-вашему, кровожадные звери, что ли? А что я? Я не жалуюсь. Мой отец ушел на СВО, погиб. Мой муж ушел на
that
СВО,
one.
погиб. Мой брат погиб. Осталось дождаться сына и сделаю отличный супец.
That one I remember. The soup one. Oh, this one. With the car.
Алло. Это майор Кацапенко. Ваш сын героически погиб как собака на Украине.
What was that? Like your son is going to Ukraine?
Ой, простите, произошла ошибка. Ваш сын жив. Умер сын ваш.
Oh no, he was like, your son died in Ukraine, and then he's like, oh shit, sorry, your son actually died.
Во соседа.
We meant to call your neighbor. Oh! Oh, come on. Oh, wait, he's alive. Sorry, I wanted to call your neighbor. And then he looks out, and the neighbor is there in a new car. Oh, shit. Fuck, we need to make it so they all have... Is that Elon?
Hey. Hey.
For real though, have you seen Medvedev's writings? Man is out of his mind. Man is just absolutely out of it. I don't know why they're allowing him to have social media at this point. He's getting very, very genocidal. Wait. In a way that's not even... it doesn't even leave room for you to be like, are they actually genocidal bastards? No, they are. They absolutely are. You know they are, because you can read his writings and you can read about him writing stupid shit about Ukraine just very openly and very, very loudly. Why is he allowed to be saying this? I don't know. I'm not... I don't know why Russia is allowing him to have a profile. I understand why Elon Musk is allowing him, because Elon is stupid. But I don't understand when it comes to, you know, this. Someone who was literal president of Russia, how the fuck is he allowed
Favorite neighborhood
to have
Brazilian
profile? I
hairline.
don't
Hi guys,
know.
Doomsday. Welcome to a brand new video. My
I
hairline has
don't
actually
know.
been like this for the past 8 years or so, but I do think self-deprecation is good. And it's all really
Makes
fitting because
Putin look
I'm yet
better.
again about to be Molden in this video, because I'm gonna be reacting to
True.
some more Russian propaganda. In fact,
True,
not just super
true.
Russian
That's a good
propaganda,
way
but
to say it.
Russian
That's a good way to say it.
propaganda on TikTok.
Like, hey. Yeah, he looks bad. But you know what? You look at Putin in comparison, Putin looks normal. I'm just saying. According to the first data, okay, wait, on Kyiv. 6 Kinzhal ballistic missiles, 6 Kalibr cruise missiles, 2 recon drones were destroyed during the attack this morning. Nice. Very great. And I don't see imperialism in it, while such writers as Lermontov, Dostoevsky are popular all over the world. Also, Russia is known for its school of anarchist thought, the most important anarchist Russians. Oh, I absolutely disagree with everything there. I strongly disagree with everything there. I think their culture is trash. You know what I think their culture benefits from, though? It's the fact that the books written by Russian writers are boring as fuck. So they're used as a way for Westerners to kind of jerk off over their ability to read long books. That's the way I'm seeing it. I very much doubt, like, for example, what do you like about Lermontov? What are your favorite themes he goes through in his work? What is your favorite work of his specifically, and what specifically do you like about it? Because the way I see it genuinely is that the Westerners only like these works because they're long, and that's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. Next time Russian rockets target you, read some Dostoevsky. That's true. No, their culture is... I absolutely think that their culture is inherently imperialistic. Their nationalism is inherently imperialistic too. I believe it's absolutely trash in that sense. Russian pro-Ukrainian streamer was talking about a worker of UAZ, elder woman, who said she's against war. People dying is bad. And we had to nuke Kyiv to ashes much earlier to prevent war. Holy shit. Oh, holy shit, fair. It's like, actually though, it's like, isn't it the same opinion that Western liberals have on this? Which is like, if we wanted to see less casualties and no war, we should have just not helped Ukraine defend, so Russia can steamroll them faster. Basically the same thing. There is the same thing. If you want to be educated, you must read 9,000 pages. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, I see why people would be saying if they don't think too much about this. But, like, I don't know. I just don't see it as a sign of intelligence, you know, because, like, I'm an avid reader. I used to be reading a lot, especially while I was in high school. I read some books that were huge. I don't think there was anything important from most of the books I read. When it comes to Russian literature, we mostly had to read it as part of the assigned reading in school. To be fair, I don't even remember most of it. It was so boring. Like, I would write the analysis of it and then let it go. I don't know what's this whole thing with, like, oh, Russian culture is so great because of these writers. Like, bro, if you can't even do proper analysis of the writers, come on. You're aware that it's nothing to be gloating about. Come on. like, I don't know. I don't know why people would be mentioning it. It's a weird argument to set, but it feels like you remember that one video we watched on that dude who said that there is a word for Russian soul in every language. Do you remember that? He goes, there's a word for Russian soul in every language, and then he just translates it. It's like me saying there's a word for French soul in every language, and then I just say francuska dusza, and that's supposed to mean that they have like specific soul of their own or something. It's very much that. But I think it's been kind of mystified, and I think a large part of the mystification does come from, people wanting to make excuses for Russia and their bullshit. That's the way I'm seeing it at this point. I don't think most people who talk about the great Russian culture, I don't think they know what the great Russian culture is they are supposed to be defending. Yeah, but like even if we talk about like anarchism in Russia, even then, I'm pretty sure Russia did not deal with anarchists well. I am pretty sure it was not something that they allowed. So I don't know in what way we would like. I'm not buying lots of this. Cool cook or food enjoy if you do not understand knowledge fancy food for tons of money like French restaurants. I see like a part of it. I see a part of it. Because you should know, there's a difference between like, how do I say this? You know, the way I see it. The way I see it is like if you say, oh, French cuisine is great, and then your idea of French cuisine is like, oh, I read online about, I don't know, French onion soup or something, some great stuff that they're having. I read online about it. Never actually tried it myself, but I did once eat a croissant. And it was kind of good. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing it like that. Like, your appreciation comes only and solely from mystifying this. That's the whole thing. You didn't actually have any experience with this. You're just mystifying it. You're basically doing the same thing they are doing. Deaf mute surf with no friends and a shitty owner lady had a shitty life with no friends except a dog. One day the dog pisses off his owner and she told him to kill it. He thought about rebelling, but in the end didn't, and drowned it with his own hands, then ran away. Great. Okay, what's your example of Dostoevsky being a good psychologist? What specific character of Dostoevsky do you think shows how good of a psychologist he was? Oh, it's not about you supporting the war, it's about you having the mystical idea of Russian culture. Local militia try to beat them up often. Holy shit. Imperialistic self-awareness goes before national, which is underdeveloped. So Russians as a nation is kind of not yet a nation, but empire. To become a nation, they should fall apart and form a national state, like most of the countries do. Okay, yeah, that too. I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, also, like, again, when you talk about... No, it's interesting to me right now. You talk about, like, anarchists in Russia, right? Like, you mentioned Bakunin. A man who didn't really have a nice life in Russia? Like, he was imprisoned, he was tried, he was sentenced to death, then he was extradited multiple times, he was exiled to Siberia, he had to escape via Japan to United States to London. If you care about anarchism in any sort of a way, or if you see this man in any sort of positive light, why would you bring him up as an example of something good in Russian culture? Why wouldn't you bring it up as an example of Russia being shit? Yeah, most of his participation was in Europe because he had to flee Russia. Why would you bring him up as the example of something good Russia is doing when it comes to anarchism? Unless your position is that anarchists need to be exiled and then made to leave their country because you hate them so much. In that case, I could see it, but like in what? How are you bringing him up as the example of Russia having a good culture? I don't know. I guess I'm not seeing any of this.
TikTok. In fact, not even just Russian propaganda on TikTok. I'm going to be
Very
reacting
unknown
to
figure.
the Donetsk
Don't remember
People's
any of his work
Republic
taught
and
in my Russian classes. Yeah, I had no idea who the dude was, but like he was hated in Russia, my dude. He was fucking hated in Russia, okay? Like I don't know why you would be like, oh yeah, well, Russian culture is actually good. Russian culture is very great, he goes. Russian culture is very great. Russia is known for its school of anarchist thought. They tried to kill him. They tried to kill the dude, my dude. Russia is known for trying to kill its anarchists. If you care about anarchism, surely you should not be praising the country which tried to kill one of them. I don't know what this one did. Great, look at this one. Served as an officer in Siberia, where he participated in several geological expeditions. Imprisoned for his activism in 1847. Escaped, spent the next 41 years in exile in Switzerland, France, and England. And this is where he had his whole activism, not in Russia itself. He returned to Russia after the Russian Revolution in 1917, and then he was disappointed by the Bolshevik state. He was disappointed by the very culture that you are attempting to defend by using his name. Do you not see how this is like clown behavior? Do you genuinely not see how this is clown behavior? The only thing connecting him and Bakunin to Russia is the fact they were born there. Both of them did most of their activism outside of it. Both of them were either imprisoned or put in exile by Russia directly because of their activism. And you dare to use their names to claim Russian culture is great. You dare to use their names to claim Russian culture is great. This is just ridiculous. Russian culture forms the Russian state. You think people at the time, you think Russian people tried to save these two from exile? You think they helped them? You think they helped them hide? Surely that's why they had to do most of their activism in Europe, because the rest of Russians existing in Russian culture was so friendly towards them, right? Culture makes the state. Yeah, he had a great cultural impact outside of Russia when removed from Russian culture. But like again, I want example of Dostoevsky being a good psychologist. What character, which specific thing did Dostoevsky do where he was great psychologist? What specifically? Because I think, you know what I think the thing is that I don't know. This is such a mythical view of Russian culture you have. You're separating Russian culture from Russian culture. You're separating your little mythical idea of Russian culture from what Russian culture actually is. You think a state which exiles its activists to Siberia, you think that state has a culture which supports activism? Truly? How do you think those two could be coexisting? Culture forms the state.
Luhansk People's Republic propaganda on TikTok. I know, guys, the internet
I want to
is
see
great,
TikTok
isn't
shit.
it? And just to let you
Also, I
guys
have to
say
go in
so,
about
let's
half
check
an
out-
hour,
let's check
so
out
letting
one
you know
video,
about that,
okay?
okay? We are changing the stream time. Starting today.
Тестовый запуск начался с Луганска. Скоро интернет появится и в других городах и районах республики, за исключением территорий вблизи линии боевого столкновения.
Okay, maybe one more.
What?
What's the difference between the people who live in Donbass and people who live in Ukraine? I mean, that's just kind of weird right here, you know, kind of comparing two things that are exactly the same.
Thank you.
Haha, you guys know what I mean, right? You guys know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, guys, this is the point that we're at on this channel at this point. I don't even know if I can give my honest take on the the territories known as the Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic without getting several criminal cases in Russia. Well, technically, actually, the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics don't even
Trying to
exist
get
anymore
fired.
because
I
since
have
September
6
2022,
months
believe it or
test
not,
work,
Russia
so
has declared them as official territories of Russia.
I'm
So,
kind of set for
by
that.
law, you know, I will be required to say that Luhansk and Donetsk
I'm
are,
actually gonna add.
Russian.
I'm gonna add a fucking counter to stream. It's gonna be counting down 600 days of work, just so I can be celebrating when every single one of them is done.
Cities. And I just don't feel like saying that, you know. I'm not saying otherwise or anything. I just don't feel like saying it. What we're gonna be looking at today are 2 TikTok accounts I found that I got recommended. There's
Show
this
me.
account called
Just two?
DMLNR, which stands for Luhansk People's Republic, and DM Donetsk. And basically what these 2 accounts are is propaganda aimed at like residents of Donetsk and Luhansk that is made to sort of convince the people that, you know, life is great and everything is, you know, going as planned. And also that their suffering actually has a purpose. And, you know, that purpose is, of course, the great reunion with Russia that everybody clearly desires in those cities and those regions. And even though I'm trying to take
It kinda
a
is
lighthearted
600
approach to this,
days of
guys, in
community
reality,
service.
This is some of the most despicable and
No, you know what it actually is? I want to get some cash money. I want to get some nice cash. Because so far it's been a situation where like I was working online and I was getting enough cash to pay the bills and everything, but you know, nothing too extra. And I wanna be having some extra money, a lot extra money. So I'm planning to save as much as possible in these year and a half approximately. And the first thing I wanna do is buy a summer vacation so me and boyfriend could go to summer for like a month. And then we'll see what we do next. But I'm kind of hyped about that, and it's keeping me going. And also, there's a bunch of stream stuff I want to buy and everything. So it is me being sentenced to community service because I'm forced to work to get paid a nice sum of money. I am hoping to use the cash well and to be able to invest it into. Basically, I want to be still doing online work like I did before, but I want to be more efficient with it. So I'm planning on certain changes, on testing out some things in this time because I will have, you know, definite income basically. So then I'll be able to test out more websites and everything to do translations and stuff like that, and maybe get some certificates too because certificates help you. I'm kind of hyped. But it kind of is community service because you gotta be, you know, useful to society in order to get cash. I don't like that.
Sort of cynical
Not a fan,
examples
not a
of
fan.
Russian propaganda. Let's check out some other TikToks and I will show you guys what I mean.
Вы видели, какая крутая акция проходит в Луганске в День Республики? По городу ездит лимузин с караоке. В честь праздника прохожих приглашают прокатиться на нем и спеть патриотические песни. Вот это...
It is an argument in favor of the fact that Russian culture is bad. It is. If Russian culture was proper, if Russian culture was encouraging activism, Russian state would not be able to send people to exile if they are activists. Culture forms the state. Like you think someone like Putin, for example, imprisoning his opposition, you think someone like that could be existing in a modern country right now? Come on. You think that could be allowed? Like whichever country you are in, I don't know which country you are in, but if they right now try to put someone in prison just for political disagreement with a country, you think that would be allowed? You think people in your country would be like, yeah, okay. We had an anarchist living here. Now he doesn't live here anymore because he was sent to prison. Happens. Because most normal countries would fucking rebel. Most of the countries have systems set in place as a result of having a proper culture. Have systems set in place in order to control for this because they want to have some amount of freedom and they value an amount of freedom. A person with a revolutionary mind born in a shit culture is an exception, not the rule. If Russians were against this, they would have done something. They didn't do something. They didn't do something throughout all the centuries of their fucking existence. They had several chances. They even had several chances in the last decades to rebel against their government. They didn't, because their culture inherently encourages complicity with the system. It encourages the imperialist mindset. It encourages having a dictator in power. The culture itself is shit. State being shit is the product of culture being shit. Very rarely do you have a proper culture and a horrible state. Usually they go in together. But yeah, again, what's your example of Dostoevsky being a good psychiatrist? It's not about reading and learning, but gaining higher education. Only then you are considered educated. I witnessed by my very eyes how people who barely can express their simple thoughts getting the same grades in diploma as I am, while doing way different volumes of work. If you haven't left school after 9th grade and finished all 11, you go to university even if you don't want to or can't see any benefits. Oh, damn. Oh, that is interesting. That is interesting. Damn. Politicians and their clones aren't personally jailing and oppressing people. It's the majority of Russians oppressing the minority who tries to disagree. Yeah, definitely. Like, it shows the culture itself is fucked. Again, it's not like the Russian society at the time was like, oh, we gotta defend our anarchists. We gotta help them. No. They were okay. Even after the revolution, they were still okay with oppressing anarchists. They were still okay with oppressing everyone who thinks differently. They were chill with this. Okay? It's the culture itself that's the problem. Politicians at the top. Their will is carried out by Russians in police, army, judicial system. And those Russians are supported by other Russians, like their friends and family. Oh yeah, that too. I truly think the society itself is fucked. Yeah, absolutely. I truly think society itself is fucked. I don't know. It's like very close to the way I see Serbia for me. They also have this very strong love for imperialist delusions in Serbia, right? And I think it's very, very similar to this, even though you can see it on a much smaller and much less successful scale, I want to see. But it's basically the same bullshit. I don't think the success of the state really shows, how would I say it? I don't think the success of the state shows how a culture is. So Serbia, for example, they do have a shit way the state is formed, and they do have a shit culture surrounding their imperialist mindset, right? And even though they have not been able to keep Yugoslavia going, and even though they have not been able to conquer Kosovo or conquer Bosnia, they still are, having dreams about it, and they still have speeches about it where they glorify these ideas because of their imperialist mindset. Russia has been doing the same thing in a much more successful way because Russia is a much bigger country, and Russia is thus able to oppress a lot more nations than we are, right? But it's basically the same shit. It's just like you have this mindset and you want to have an empire because you believe you're owned an empire, and that's it. South and North Korea, they are ethnically the same countries. They have a common culture. They are literally twin brothers. No, they don't have a common culture. That is a lie. No. How do you define culture? What are you talking about? No. South and North Korea do not have a common culture. That is bullshit. The hell are you talking about? Have you... What? No. No, absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. North Korea was backed by Russia. Russia itself is very sovereign, and no one has to blame but themselves. Yeah, that too. It is not a delusion if Russia will get parts of Ukraine for themselves. It is delusion to think they are owed parts of their former empire. It is the delusion to think they deserve it. It is a delusion that they think they have a right to go and attack countries in order to get these lands. That is delusion. The successes they may be having, their ability to take it may not be delusional, but their will, their want, their desire to get it is delusional itself.
придумали. Прокатился бы?
I know the question that you guys have in your head right now. Was that shaman playing in the background of this video? Yes, it was. The legendary song Yaruski, of course. And here we have a video about an event that was thrown in the city of Luhansk, where a limo was running around the city and people were
Yeah, culture is a very
inside the
broad
car
term.
to sing
It's a very
patriotic
broad
songs.
term in the
This
first
girl
place,
is singing
absolutely.
Yaruski, до конца. I can clearly tell the lip sync that she's singing shaman. So essentially there's a limo driving around. That's fireworks, guys. I don't know if you guys even hear it, but I'm gonna just keep recording over fireworks because this it makes this video more grand. Anyway, I don't know how to describe it, but it's just really sad. Here's the thing. Disclaimer, I needed to say this before the video started, but first of all, the point of this video is not at any point to try to, you know, make fun of the regular people who live in Luhansk and Donetsk, because these people have been through some shit, man. Ever since 2014, as a result of Russia's, you know, aggressive foreign policy, this once prosperous region turned into an absolute, like, decaying shithole. And I don't even know how to describe it
They do have
otherwise.
different cultures.
And I've actually personally talked to
How
people
do you
from
thi-
these
what do you
regions
think is
in
a
person
culture?
here in Georgia, actually. And also, I knew a guy online
They
who
do
also
have
lived
different
in Donetsk,
cultures.
and he told me that is, you know, pretty much just
What
terrible.
do you think a
It's
culture
essentially
is?
City 17 in there. You gotta realize that, right? If you think Russian mobilization is bad, wait till you see what's going on in Donetsk People's Republic, where they literally grab men off of the street and just drive them away to an undisclosed location, and then their wife finds out in a week that their husband died fighting against Ukraine. This is what's happening. So yes, living in these places is bad. And I'm not trying to make fun of the people who live there. I'm trying to make fun of the fucking idiots that create this propaganda.
Важная новость. В ЛНР заработал мобильный интернет. Тестовый запуск начался с Луганска. Скоро
Nice
интернет
internet.
появится и в других городах и районах республики.
Yes, guys, I mean, I guess this could be like a good enough representation of
Yeah,
how
common
bad
heritage,
things really are in
yeah,
these
yeah,
regions.
absolutely.
Only recently, apparently, they got mobile internet, because these regions are in this sort of weird status where neither Ukrainian, neither Russian companies actually really work in these regions, because they are afraid of sanctions, believe it or not. And they have to make like a TikTok celebrating the fact that there's mobile internet now. I mean, that just shows how starved of, you know, normal amenities that me and you enjoy in
Yeah,
our
but, like, if
day-to-day
you go at the
lives,
start,
these
then
people
it's like-
are, and it's so sad. And the fact that they showing
Like
this
many
shit
of us lived in. Many of us are currently nations which were formed after separating with another group. Right? And I would still assume that you are aware that first of all you have different cultures from other nations, but also you have different cultures within your own nation which might have appeared later. Right? Like, for example, I don't know, we have a culture here, we have a city here, Rijeka. Rijeka is like the progressive capital of Croatia, right? They're ours. They're a part of us. They have a very specific culture to themselves, which has formed very recently. It is obviously very different from Croatian culture you would see right here, because the one right here is very patriotic, I want to say, very painted by the war. But then, like, overall, when you talk about Croatian culture, both of these are different from what you would call Croatian culture itself, right? It's a very broad term. It's a very, very, very broad term. The safest way, I think, not the safest way, the most correct way to talk about this broadly is by connecting culture to something that a nation itself is forming, which to me is the state, right? So, like, we have a lot of patriotism in the country because we had a war recently. Patriotism is a part of our culture. Because it is a part of our culture, you see it in our state. It is directly observed because we choose politicians who we like because of their patriotism very, very often. We had some interesting figures trying to be the president last time, connected to some other interesting figures who may or may not have had Nazi ties. But again, shows Croatian culture. On a cultural level, a nice batch of people in the country would be okay or at least complicit with this type of a leader. And because of this, he has gotten so powerful in the state, in the politics. Your culture paints on this. It's not like any culture which doesn't have, I don't know, patriotic part of itself. It's not like they would be having patriotic leaders, you know? Like if you value freedom of speech, you're going to have state valuing freedom of speech. It's not like the state will be able to completely overrule the will of the people. So I don't see Russia as a state valuing either like anarchist activism or freedom of speech. I do believe that as a culture, Russia isn't a big fan of anything that disagrees with the state. We'll never find out how Dostoevsky was a good psychologist. It's because he was writing very boring books, I guess. I guess that would be the whole thing, wouldn't it? America's Confederate Southern culture versus Union North culture. Yeah, like that too, like that too, like that too. Yeah. Good example, good example. So I don't know. I'm not really... I don't buy into the idea of Russia having a great culture. I still haven't seen anything of that sort represented. If we want to talk about like there's tiny parts of Russia, there's individuals in Russia, there's a tiny minority there which is having proper way of thinking, sure. It's a claim you can bring up, sure. But when you say Russia has a great culture, of course what we are talking about is the dominant one. What we are talking about is the strongest example of cultural views that you see in Russia itself, which, you know, very much ain't progressive or a fan of any sort of activism. So again, you know, using these two as example of great Russian culture, when both of them have suffered greatly as a result of their activism, I think it's insulting. I think what you're doing metaphorically is going and pissing on these dudes' graves. Why is Crime and Punishment a great psychological book? What is great and psychological about it? And ironically, I'm asking you because I found it to be the most boring book ever. Like, I don't know. The only interesting thing I found about that book was when I found people trying to do like reviews of it, making it more mystical than what it is. And even then, it's like... I actually know how I could argue that position, but I was not impressed by his writing. Yeah, I know. The thing is that, like, I know I've said some stuff, and I know if I was arguing with myself how I would respond. Right? So, like, I tell you something, and I know, like, oh, I know what I would say to this. I know what I would say to this. But, like, I'm kind of waiting for you to make the connection. I don't want to be doing the arguing for him. So yeah. Great and ironically, Russian culture is usually rebranded Ukrainian culture. Oh, yeah, I've seen a lot of Ukrainians posting about how there's certain writers that Russians are representing as Russian writers, and then you look at them and they were like born in Ukraine, raised in Ukraine, grew up in Ukraine, did writing in Ukraine about Ukraine. They have no connection to Russia itself. The only connection they do have is that Ukraine was a part of USSR for a while. It's not a matter of taste. It's not a matter of taste. No. If you claim he was a great psychologist, you gotta know if he was, what is a great psychological thing about it then? You can't just make very broad statements, you know? In that case, I could be like, oh yeah, you know what I think? Song of Ice and Fire, great psychological book, just amazing psychological book. And then you ask me why, and I'm like, well, I think it is. That makes no sense. You can say you liked Crime and Punishment. That's a different thing. You can say you liked it. But when you want to say that he was a great psychiatrist, when you want to say that he had a great insight into human psyche or whatever, sure, of course you need to have a way to explain it. The Russian story of a student who killed a granny just because he could, yeah, and then barely got punishment. It's like, I don't know. Like, we read it in school. I had to do an analysis of the book in school. Yeah, I know. Didn't have strong opinions on it, to be completely honest. You mixed him into the conversation about anarchy and authoritarianism. Yeah, that too. Hence with him turning himself in. I actually do wonder, how is he connected to that? What about Dostoevsky is like connected to Russian culture in any way, apart from the fact he turned himself in?
It is like an epic win. It's a fucking joke.
12 мая Луганская Народная Республика отмечает свою 9-ю годовщину независимости.
Because like, it's a weird thing because it's basically like, oh yeah, Russian culture is great because there's this writer who wrote a book about a student who killed a granny. It's not like he wrote a book based on like political activism or something. In which case you could be like, yeah, Russian culture obviously valued his opinions a lot. I mean, in that case, he would be the same as these two fuckers who got exiled, right? No, he wrote a book about a very bad experience. I don't know how that is connected to saying Russian culture is great. No, because surely you could go to like any place which has crap imperialist culture. Like I could go to Serbia right now and probably find a bunch of books about how, you know, miserable it is to be living in Serbia. Would I say that that makes Serbian culture great? The fact that they have people writing about how miserable it is to be there and how, you know, I have to kill a granny to get some cash or whatever? It was because of cash, right? Yeah, something. His sister, how was it? It was a bad situation for his family and he needed to continue studies. Well, members of his family already working to keep him supplied, right? Something like that. Okay, so give us then a more complex interpretation of the book, which is what we have been giving you a chance to do from the start. What is like your, because that's basically what the book is, isn't it? It's like, oh, this student is in a shit situation, goes, kills a grandmother in order to get more cash, feels bad because of it, turns himself in. I don't know what part of that you would connect to saying Russian culture is great.
That's not independence though, is it? Like, when you have a billboard like that's not independence. This is my life now. I'm sitting here screaming at TikToks.
В этом году День Республики по-настоящему особенный, так как впервые мы будем отмечать этот важный праздник уже в составе России. 11 мая 2014 года по результатам референдума 96% населения Луганской области поддержали акт государственной самостоятельности ЛНР. Тогда мы выбрали свободу, чтобы сегодня жить на своей исторической родине.
Yeah, choosing freedom and choosing Russia, that's kind of ironic. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff you have on this account as well. 96% of Luhansk people, you know, definitely supported everything. It's not like either of these cities literally lost like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of inhabitants because people...
By the way, also, I don't know if you know about this, but Donetsk itself had a relatively, when I say relatively, I mean their Maidan protests were bigger than like most Russian protests ever were when it comes to the opposition against Putin. I was actually looking at the numbers to compare these. Which part of this is propaganda? I was looking at the numbers to compare these. Look at these. When you look at the numbers, the only Russian protest against Putin, the only Russian opposition protest that surpasses Maidan protest is the one that happened in 2012, the one that I always bring up as the example of the biggest protest they ever had. But that was it. That's the only one. All of the other ones were smaller than this. Here. You can find the numbers. I don't know if you knew how many people were there in like other cities. Donetsk, 10,000. 10,000, my dude. Did you know about this? Because I didn't. I didn't. Whenever I was looking at the numbers, look at Kyiv. Holy shit, my dude. Whenever I was looking at numbers, it's always mentioned, you know, Kyiv and like the bigger cities, and I was always like, okay. I assumed that there were no protests happening in this part. No, there were. There actually were. Like, how great is that? How fucking great is that? Seagulls.
did not agree with what was going on. But yeah, I would say this is essentially the same statistic as like, you know, the percentages of Russians who support the special military operation, or the amount of Russians who voted for Putin in the last election. It really could be 146%, you know, voting for Putin next election, and you know, nobody would even bat an eye.
Some people under occupation still waiting. Yeah, that's it's just heartbreaking. It's fucking heartbreaking that they were participating in the protest and then they just got run over by fucking Russians. I don't know. It just breaks me. And now they've been under occupation for like years. All of this is just hard.
I wonder why that happens. Once again, I wonder why that happens. If only a certain country like kept to itself, none of this would happen. But that of course will, you know, paint every single hardship that the people of these regions go through as a result of Ukraine being bad.
By the way, can I just point out that I think he's getting more based as time moves on. Like, you remember this man at the start of the war, when he had those little videos which are like, come here, I'm Russian. Come here. Nobody likes me because I'm Russian. I can't go to Georgia. I think he's getting more and more angry with Russian shit as time moves on, and I can respect that. I can respect that. He moved out. Yeah. No, he went to Georgia. I don't know if he was elsewhere. He went to Georgia. He did that one video in which he explained that you don't need a visa to go from Russia to Georgia, which is why a lot of Russians went to Georgia. And then Georgia had a whole thing with like, how was it? That they're going to kick out Russians after spending 6 months there or something like that. Actually, I do need to run in like 10 minutes.
There's no,
I should be playing video and not pausing it anymore. I do think he had some pussy opinions in the past.
Bankrupt, for sure. Alright, for a change, let's check out some videos from the Donetsk accounts.
Шла я сегодня через подземный переход, а попала на трогательный концерт донецких музыкантов. Война войной, но без музыки никуда.
Like, I don't even know how to describe like the way I feel about this. Like, you know, like TikTok is supposed to be a platform for,
How
like,
do you
know,
think he condemns the theory of the Superman? How would you describe the theory of the Superman in this context? I could see exposing by the ideas of Raskolnikov and the conditions of rational reality that brought these ideas to life. Yeah, that's him saying that Russian society was shit. I could see that. I wonder specifically about your theory of the Superman. How would you describe that?
Fun stuff and, you know,
I did read the
exciting
book.
shit. And like the most
It's a signed
exciting
reading.
stuff they could find in Donetsk
Most
is
European
like two
kids have
dudes
read the book
singing like a
because we
very,
had
very
to.
sad Russian like patriotic war song inside of like a under street crossing. Cool, they're singing and shit, but I'm pretty sure that most of the people would not like to live in a city where, you know, when I go down, I hear like war songs about how like our guys are like giving their lives right now, whatever the fuck. I wanna like live, okay? There's like life.
What?
Like, somebody needs to tell the Russian government that like living and like life and like positivity is
Was
also
that
like a way
needed?
forward. You know what I mean? Not like jerking off to your
Was that
past
necessary?
24/7 and, you know, singing and crying to patriotic war songs about shit that happened 80 years ago, and at the same time continuing on destroying the lives of millions of people. I cannot even listen to this shit anymore, okay? Russia has ruined Victory Day for me, you know? I cannot even listen to these patriotic songs that, you know, are related
This
to, you know, the
surrealist
great
Russian
things
invasion,
done
that
by
was
our, you know,
weird.
forefathers. I don't even want to hear this anymore because it's now associated with you
Oh, shit.
fuckers. I don't know why I'm getting so fucking pressed, dude. It's a TikTok account, but like, I hope you feel what I'm trying to say right now.
Ночь была поставлена задача все магазины цены привести в соответствие с рекомендованной ценой. За ночь все магазины провели работу. Сегодня проехали по всем трем. Честно, я думал, что я еду ругаться. Топтать ногами, все что угодно делать, но чтобы цена была снижена. удивление мое увидел, что во всех магазинах цена приведена в соответствие.
I mean, once again, there's nothing funny about this because people who live in these regions are, like barely getting by. And that's why they have to basically come in with like communist, planned economy prices so that people actually can buy food products. And like, the funniest thing is that if you look in the comments, there's people actually from Donetsk saying that, this is all a lie. I personally have not seen these lowered prices. Today I've seen potatoes for 47 rubles. Here's 27, by the way. And the buckwheat costs 187. Is this even normal? I didn't even notice the prices for something going down. Another lady here says that it's not true. Zinaida is asking when they're gonna raise their pensions. Another woman saying, why you lying, there's no prices like this. And these are like all actual like old babushkas from Donetsk that are calling out the propaganda bullshit in TikTok comments. Sometimes I love the internet, I cannot lie.
No, what this reminds me of though. Oh, fuck, I'm paused the video again. But you know what it reminds me of? Oh yeah, I was waiting to see the explanation of the Superman. Because the best thing is that I know what it is. I know these terms. I've read the way I did analysis in the book is by writing my own analysis of the book and then going to read other people's analysis of the book and then incorporating their analysis into my analysis to make my analysis more complex. Okay, I was really detailed in my studying of my assigned literature in school. I know what he's talking about. And you know what's my theory? My theory is that he Googled it. He Googled it right now, which is why he won't be able to explain a single word that we talk about. He will not be able to explain it in his own words. He's probably right now going and Googling. See? That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He's giving you very broad terms, and then you go into details, and you're supposed to understand the details. What do you mean I'm tired of writing in a non-native language? You were able to write all of this bullshit about Russia being great and having a great culture. You're not able to understand a term you yourself used to explain why you yourself like a book. You know why that is? It's because you've Googled. You went and you Googled Dostoevsky analysis and you copied words that you read there. It's either that or you heard it from like a teacher or something and you remembered it and now you wrote it here. You did not process this information at all. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. That's what you're doing. And that is what all of you people do. Every single time, that is what all of you people do. You go, oh, wow, well, this is actually such a great piece of literature. And then I go, how? And then you go, oh, sorry, I can't be translating anymore. It's way too complex to explain it. It isn't. It isn't. If the conversation is about how you yourself processed this book, you yourself, you're supposed to be able to give us a proper explanation. Anything else and like this, you know what this is? It's like when you come to a Marxist stream, and you ask them to explain their views and they tell you to read theory. Someone made like jokes about reading theory, but it's unironically it's the same exact thing. They don't know what they're talking about. And that is why they tell you to go read theory or go read books yourself. It's because they don't know what they're saying. They're just given very broad terms that they either heard their teachers say or some streamers say or they've read it somewhere. They have never actually themselves experienced acknowledging this. So they're just able to parrot someone else. And then when whoever they are parroting, when they didn't say the exact response to some of these questions, they don't have the answers themselves because they've never actually cared about it enough. So that's what you're seeing. It's not me being mad. I expected this.
Lugansk is getting
everyone arguing for Russian culture is kind of, very much the same.
Again, I'm sorry. Again, it's sad that this place is in such fucking state right now that even a fucking road being repaired is newsworthy. But this is the reality of how these people live. But what's even more fucked up, what's even sadder, and it's so fucked up that it's actually funny that they're making TikToks about this. That this is newsworthy for them. That this is their propaganda. That we do fucking pavements on the streets. It's the most basic fucking thing a government does.
Overall, what we have learned on today's stream is that when someone tells you that Russian culture culture
videos,
is
but in
great.
reality, what they do is just they just
Don't
show
trust
how
them.
incompetent the rulers are and like how great life
No,
really
it isn't
is
insulting.
in the
It's
Russian
exactly
world.
what you
it's
are.
amazing. It's like propaganda
You're
that
coming from
defeats
the
its own
exactly
purpose.
same
Like it does the
places
opposite
they
of
are.
what it sets out to do. It's so good.
Because they go, communism is great, and you ask them how, and they're like, Russian culture is great. How? Exactly the same brain power. You have no idea what you're saying.
This has over 1 million views, by the way. So what's changed in Luhansk once Russia finally came? There's roads now. They actually started repairing roads. Nice. So Russia actually repaired one road after the Luhansk People's Republic government has not repaired a single road in 8 years. Also, now you can use credit cards to pay in grocery shops. That's crazy, you know? It's not like it's a basic fucking thing that exists everywhere, and it's only the sole reason why this wasn't an option in Luhansk is because of Russia. And also now people have, you know, hope for the future, and, you know, they're assured that their future is in good hands. I highly doubt that, but again, this is something that the people in this region probably had before certain events. So, yeah. You're just
Certain
exposing
events.
yourselves. Do you even understand that? Here's the difference between people in Donbass and
Oh
people in
shit, yeah,
Ukraine.
year number 9.
So yeah, they essentially
Oh.
have the same exact TikTok, just on 2 different accounts. Cool. Again, first of all, this is
Oh,
not
I
even
just
true
wanted
because
to
the
say
amount
we
of
saw
people who
this
actually
one.
left Donbass is absolutely insane. And also, yet again, guys, comparing, you know, the people who live in Donbass to people who live in Ukraine, kind of weird, kind of weird. Why would you compare the same exact thing to itself, you know? Come on, guys, come on, that's a good one. It's the same shit.
Isn't this? But we had someone
I
on
wonder
stream
why,
doing
yes,
this
I
thing
wonder
too,
why.
right?
Maybe
With
because
like
this entire
roads on
region
cream.
was, like,
Do you remember
completely
that?
blocked off from everything. It's not really
How much
Russia's
better
achievement
cream is
giving
now
you new
because it's
buses,
under
when
Russia and
Russia's,
Russia
like,
built
the country
roads.
that took away the opportunity to have new buses and decent roads and decent life in the first place. You know what I mean?
Oh no, they have red theory. Lots of communists have red theory. My problem with communists is that now it depends on which communists you're having interactions with. There's communists who have. Oh, you didn't give arguments. That is a lie. You gave no arguments. You weren't able to answer a single question. You didn't give arguments. The problem is that like the way I think it depends on the way you talk to commies. Because the way I like talking to people with certain political ideologies is like, okay, let's look realistically at how this could be applied, why it would be applied, what sort of improvements we would get from it. I don't really care about theoretical part. I care about practical part, which is why I avoid theoretical discussions. I don't really care about, in theory, what communism was supposed to be, right? So I think from the start we kind of have like, depends on how you approach them. I do think they can explain communism itself rather well. My thing is that I focus specifically on practical part. Okay, you want these measures implemented. How would these measures help? You want, I don't know, it's like talking to anarchists, you know how they go like, oh, I don't like the idea of having a state. And then you're like, okay, so without a state, how would you solve certain issues? Like how, I don't know, how would you don't have police, how would you be sure that laws are being upheld? How would you make sure that you don't have a bunch of like sunset towns or whatever existing? Who would be making sure this doesn't happen? And they don't give you an answer. And then what they do in response is they tell you to go read theory. And it's because they haven't processed yet the fact that they don't have answers to this. They don't have answers to this. They have no idea. Yeah, even if a revolution is required, like you have a revolution. After revolution, this is a conversation we had with Isaac. After revolution, his idea is we have a bunch of like city-states, basically, which are governing themselves, right? What stops me from having a cult of myself in one of these? And just like, I don't know, executing all women past the age of 60 because they can't be bearing children anymore. Nothing stops me. And nothing's gonna stop me. So what do we do at that point? We do nothing. But the thing is that you ask Isaac about this, and Isaac tells you, well, go read theory. Here's a video explaining it. And then he sends me a video by some random ass anarchist talking about what theory of anarchism is. But he doesn't talk about the implementation of it, and he doesn't answer a very specific question, right? And this is where I'm like, okay, you haven't then. Then you don't have an answer. Just like say you don't have an answer. That's it. Why would you give me theory? Communists do the very much same thing. You know, it's like, oh, this is perfect, this is perfect, this is what I know about my ideology. And then you go, okay, how would you sort certain problems that communism has had before? Like, how would you avoid repeating those same problems later? Because so far, for example, we had several times where communist countries have turned totalitarian. How would you sort that out? How would you ensure that doesn't happen? And what they give you as the answer is go read theory, and that's it. Oh, it's not about evaluating a person through the prism of the era in which they lived. You're not able to even do that. What you're doing right now is the same exact thing you did so far in the conversation, which is you give very broad claims. You give like elementary school level thoughts. That's what you're doing. You give very simple sentences. And then when I ask you on anything specific, you're not able to answer it. That's the problem. You know these broad sentences. You know nothing else. I have read some of the theory because I got annoyed by them. But then I'm bored. Not gonna lie, it's very fucking boring. Also, we're gonna go to him, and then I'm gonna run. But communist theory, really fucking boring.
Because there's a lot of good shit. But anyways, it would be cool. Let's see what happens.
Okay, let's see it like this.
October.
Because I have to run. I have to actually start working. So I have to be driving very soon. Tomorrow stream, normal time, should start even earlier. Today we didn't have internet in the morning. I don't know why. And it took me way too long to call the service provider because I thought it's just going to get fixed by itself, and then it didn't. So for tomorrow, I am hoping to be able to do the stream. Let me just turn this on. Okay, I'm hoping to be able to do the stream even earlier. And this is the schedule we will be having for my 600 days of work, okay? So in the when I'm working in the afternoon, we will be streaming in this time until right now, basically. And when I'm streaming, when I'm working before noon, we will be streaming in the afternoon. We will have to see how that works. So I'll figure out a schedule for that when we start doing it regularly. For now, I'll probably be working in the afternoon for a few weeks, so we'll see how that goes. So yeah, basically overall, thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting. Loved the opinions. If you have any conversations you would like to have tomorrow, save them, and I'll be seeing you. I have to run now, so enjoy your day.